Alrighty, live and accounted for. And once again, the playlist didn't select the right thing, so I had to do it. Eventually, I will get that sorted out. One day, it will always play the correct playlist at the start of the stream. And Mau Mau, indeed. Hello, hello, RGB. I hope you're doing very, very delightfully today. I'm guessing by the double Mau that things are going pretty good. One simply doesn't have that kind of energy without at least doing all right. Ooh, we're starting with bitrate issues? Ooh. Ooh, starting with bitrate issues. That's delightful. Oh, no. Oh, that's really bad. Oh, no. Okay, well, if we have any issues, my apologies. It looks like we're starting the stream today with bitrate problems. Okay, what I might try doing is switching the servers that I'm streaming to. I may need to do that again. Maybe this server is dog shit now. Holy hell, we're getting atrocious bitrate right now. I've dropped 30% of my frames. Oh no. But welcome in, Joe. I think my brain is lagging. I'm dropping 40% of frames. That's delightful. Maybe it's gonna level out. Maybe it's gonna level out. Okay, so I'm going to plan to swap servers. I'm gonna run a utility. If I stop the stream, I'll kill everyone's streaks. Thanks, Twitch. So I'm gonna try and figure that out. It looks like my bitrate is stabilizing. It's doing the same thing as yesterday though. Okay, it's leveling out. Okay, we're leveling out. Is this what having a stroke is like? This is exactly what it's like. It looks like we're leveling out. It's still okay. I think I think we're good. I think we survived. Whatever strange connection issue that was. Nice to see 40% of you. Yeah, nice to see you as well. I hope you're doing good. Fantastic. Welcome in everybody. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know what's happening there. It is most likely the case that I'll just have to switch which servers I broadcast to. So if this happens again during the stream today, I will just look into which server I need to switch to, run some utilities and stuff like that, and get that figured out. But hopefully we'll be level and stable now. Maybe my ISP for a moment was like throttling me or some shit, you know, some scummy business stuff. The cube has appeared. Pokeball Go. You can't catch this. But I think we're good now. I think we're okay.
Watch your shitty language, meatbag.
I didn't say anything bad. Okay, let me do notifications and hope and pray that we don't drop any more frames. Let's hope and pray for that. Holy, what a start. And here I was being anxious. I didn't even need to sabotage my stream myself with my own anxiety. My fucking internet connection beat me to it. Bot started taking over the stream. Nope, no idea what you're talking about. Hello, we just survived 30% of the frames dropping at alert listener. I am a cute guy, just trying to get by in the internet waves, but the sea is turbulent and the bits are not rating like they used to. Swing by for stormy dev times. Yeah, that works. That totally works. Because that says nothing about what my stream's about, so it's perfect. The only thing you know is that it's dev time. That's all you need to know. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, and over onto that shitty website, and over onto this shitty website. Boom, nailed it, crushed it, knocked it out of the park. Social media is so easy. So easy to ignore. Okay, well, today I'm going to start off with bot dev and then maybe do some game dev later in the day, but I'm thinking I'll probably have enough to do within the bot that I'll be able to focus on that and just chill and work on the bot, get it moved ahead, and then maybe do some game dev in my evening after the stream today. Try to get that update uploaded because I still haven't done that yet. So I'm going to have myself a sip of coffee here because I've got coffee again, and then we can kind of get things moving. Does it help if we decrease streaming resolution? No, thankfully I'm not serving the video to everybody who ever watches the stream. Thankfully. So it shouldn't matter if you change your settings, it should not affect anything on my end. But if I did have my own like self-hosted thing and like I was streaming from my own custom website, then theoretically, yeah, it would have an effect. Okay, it looks like we haven't dropped any frames since then, so we're slowly making our way back towards less than 20%. We're now 17.8% of frames dropped going down, so hopefully no more. I think I've got everything that I need open, because it's legit just the bot today. Well, let's see, I need the old bot and the new bot actually, so I've got a couple things to open, and some terminals, and my notes. Yeah, I've got things to open. Twitch just cut off your joke? Dang. Dang. And about the not real bot of all things too. What a tragedy. It's almost like Twitch is on my side sometimes. That's the streamer privilege. They know me here. They know me around here? Something like that. I don't have a check mark, but I swear, like Twitch probably knows about me. We would watch you even in 320p. Well, that's sweet. I know some people have actually. I know some people have, and it's really, really impossible to tell what's happening code-wise. Okay. Oh wait, I launched the core application. I did not mean to launch that. I meant to open up a terminal, and I guess I clicked the shortcut for the core. Okay, terminal. I'll get those things open. We're gonna need basically all the sub services today because I'm gonna be completing the redeems and probably starting to work on other stuff like the modes. I won't be completing the redeems most likely because I've got to work on modes and stuff like that, but be getting into the meat and potatoes of the bot. We would read your commentary in a command line if it comes to it. Well, that's very kind. Unnecessarily kind, but thank you. Okay, so I've got my terminals. I've got my notes. Maybe I'll finally fix my scene switcher so that it doesn't hide the core application. Because every time I try to capture it, I have a setting so that it auto closes my capture window after a moment. But I need to include the core application in the window that it seeks. So I think yesterday we're totally done with the implementation of the Ollama side of the drink tea redeem, and now it's the current tea value. So I've been trying to think about ways that I could solve this problem. And I think ultimately the way that will work best for me is if I allow my submodules to serve some sort of consistent object for configurations, and then like dynamically draw UI for those configurations on the core. So like the idea would be that, for example, in the Ollama module, I would have a current tea value, right? Like which beverage I'm drinking. And I could theoretically have that as a setting inside of that submodule, right? Like I could just open up the submodule, configure it, and be done that way. But I was thinking that kind of defeats the purpose of making things centralized and having my core module like take in events and delegate things out. And I felt like it would make more sense if I was drawing the configuration directly in the app So like if I open the core app really quickly, just to walk through what I'm thinking, the idea would be that I could have like a configurations tab, and inside of the configurations tab, along with our listings, there could be a configuration basically. And the tab for configurations could allow like a subsection for each core service listing, and then just draw generic settings fields for whatever needs to be set. Like if it's a number or a string or something like that. I should be able to serve like the basics. I wouldn't be able to serve, I guess I probably could serve enums in the form of an array of strings. So I bet even that would be possible. Cube, yo, what's up, Norg? How you doing, dude? Cal, hey, stop calling up the carpet, you little jerk. I see that. He thinks I couldn't hear him. How you doing, Norg? Welcome in. And welcome in Expanded Cuber as well. Hello, Mr. Seto Bro. Hello, Mr. Expanded Cubro. How you doing? How is everybody? I hope everyone's well. So yeah, I think I might start my day working on some configuration. I think that's what I might do. Expanded Buber. Yeah, that's welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. Actually, I'm scurrying. Well, hey, thanks for swinging by, Nord. Take care of yourself. Let's see. So I'm gonna add to my to-dos for the day an entry for what we'll do first, which is going to be adding some sort of configuration layer. Add a configuration layer. Oh, you meant Cal? Oh yeah, he actually just loves to he loves to try and do things when he thinks I'm not paying attention to, like, I think he's deliberately trying to test my attention and see how aware I am. Because there are absolutely times where he'll do something and then look at me, like to see if I noticed it, to see if I'm paying attention to him. He has this habit where, like, sometimes I'll just reach down to give him a little scratch when he's next to my desk. Like, he'll be passing by, I'll just give him a little scratch. But if I don't look at him when I do it, he'll bite me. He's like, don't absentmindedly pet me. You look at me, motherfucker. It's so funny. It's so fucking funny. So I try to give him the respect of, like, always looking at it when I pet him. You know, I don't want him to think it's a absent-minded behavior. Yeah, it's so silly. Cats are such interesting creatures. They're better at expressing their opinionations. I think that's why a lot of people don't like them, because they don't realize, like, you just need to listen to what they're telling you. Like, they're quite good communicators. Just like dogs, they're quite good communicators. They just do it in different ways. So add configuration layer for each submodule, allowing them to serve static properties which can be drawn in an editor on the core, and when changes are made, they are sent back to the submodule. So this kind of takes 3 core steps. It takes creating the actual configuration data, and I'm pretty sure I can just do the same thing I'm doing with properties, like literally just have a configurations array that goes with the initial listing that's built. So that should be no problem whatsoever. Compiling the configurations from the subservices into some form of editor UI. So for this, I'm pretty sure that Avalonia has methods for dynamically editing objects, but I'm not sure. So I may have to do like some sort of a basic like reflection in the switch case to try and figure out which type of object we're editing, and then like draw the correct UI for that. First, SMH. Hey, what's up, Lenny? You are indeed one of the first. Welcome in. Welcome. So compiling the configurations from the subservice into some sort of editor UI. So like we just need to display, displaying correct UI for each field type, but we need to do that later. So we need to show a tab in a configurations panel for each subservice, and then we need a display a series of property editors showing correct UI for each field type. Yeah, that's basically what we need here. And then we finally need API endpoints for sending, receiving the configuration, and adjusting accordingly. So most things will just read from their own configurations, but I will need to make sure that these subsystems do actually read from their configurations in the first place. But yeah, the config layer basically is the mission, is try to add some form of config layer because it's necessary. Any company training about assertive communication could just be replaced by try to pet a cat you've just met. You'll learn. Yeah, really. It's too true. Just got a 15-minute lag. I typed that earlier. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, it's from the huge amount of packet loss this stream. I could believe it. I could believe it, Lenny, because we dropped 1 billion packets first thing today. Dropped 4,046 frames in the first like 2 minutes of the stream. So I genuinely could believe you actually do have a delay. Funny enough. Okay, I think that with the note taken of what I want to do, I'm confident enough to throw myself at it blindly and try to figure it out. I think this brief moment of thinking is sufficient, and we can now dive headfirst into the task. So let me actually make sure I have Avalonia stuff open. Use dial up, keeping up with my older is better SM. Don't hate. I won't hate. Trust me, I won't hate. I don't got the energy for that. I assure you of this. I have no energy for hatred. Okay, I have got the code stuff open. All the code stuffs are open. Why don't we go ahead and hop over here? Sorry for the long start. Or not, I'm not sorry at all. Thank you for joining my stream. Welcome the fuck in. Pull up a chair, grab yourself some tea. How are you doing? I hope you're well. I hope the internet is treating you fantastic today in your journeys through life. Oh, hating sustains me. No limits to my ability to be a hater. How are you doing, Seto? I'm doing good, actually, Lenny. I'm feeling really good today. Funny enough, I like slept pretty good, even though I got a little bit less sleep than I should have. And even though I remember waking up numerous times from nightmares during the night that I cannot recall, I feel great now. So I guess my brain was just doing things, you know? Streaming, yes, indeed. Yapathon activated. So let's go ahead and hop over to the coding, and we'll start the madness. And thank you for asking, Lenny. I appreciate that. And I hope you're doing amazing. Thank you again for joining in today. Thank you everybody for being here. So yeah, goal for the immediate start here is just to evaluate adding configuration to the listings and to the subservice, like, yeah. To the subservice. I gotta stop calling them subservices. They're modules, basically. Configurations for each module that then gets returned to the core. So part of it is going to be making sure that the service baseline can define its configuration, and part of it is going to be making sure that the core knows what to actually do with that configuration. So thankfully, it can just be a shared class in between everybody. So it'll make it a little bit easier to organize this. And for now, I'm just going to cram it in up here, and then we'll move it accordingly. Chair? Haha, you have no power here. Continues melting into the couch. That's legit. That's a good vibe. Couch melt is where it's at. Okay, so public class. And we're gonna just do, I guess, service configuration. And essentially, like, it just needs to be a dictionary. Like, that's pretty much all it needs to be, is just a dictionary of strings. And then I will handle the configurations accordingly. So it's very much the same as how I'm handling the properties of the distributed step. Like it's basically exactly the same as that, because for the distributed step, I just have a dictionary of strings and it gets passed along. So I think the structure itself is tested in other things that I've done. I think it'll work well enough that we can roll with it. So we'll just do public dictionary string, and this becomes the configurations or options. Or we'll do get set equals new. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I guess we could have the owning service name, but it's going to be attached to the service, like the processor listing, basically. Inside of here, we're going to have our configuration. So the only reason I'm having it as a separate object is because I want to just sometimes transport it by itself and not other things. So we'll move this to its own little class, because that's all we're going to do. Shared classes, models, overlay communication, miscellaneous models. I guess it's kind of a miscellaneous model, but it's more of like the subservice stuff itself. Core API announcement request. Core API. Yeah, I'll just put it in the core, the main part of models for now. So we'll just add, what was I calling it? Service configuration. Service configuration. Oh, we could keep the namespace though. Okay, there we go. So then we've got our service configuration, and then it can be part of our processor listing now. So we'll have our service configuration. There we go. So we've got that guy, which will be equal to default because we'll be setting it anyways. And I just wanted to stop throwing a warning there. Distributed function listing.
Hydration
Okay, so
alert.
unlike the
Ceterlix. Water now.
I will consume the water. So unlike the other pieces that have to be
Drink
defined
water.
by attributes, this will be something that gets to just be defined in the constructor directly of the service itself. So it'll make that a little bit easier.
Water.
But I will have to make sure that either subsurfaces don't... I'm going to have to surface a configuration from the
Rose seriously
sublistings
come on,
too.
drink water. My brother in Christ, drink water.
I already did.
Actually, I believe you.
So the problem I'm just now realizing is that this works for the top layer, but it doesn't. And thank you for chickening in, Cocaine01. I hope you're well. This handles the top layer, but it doesn't handle the subsurfaces having their own configurations. And thank you for chickening in, Fantastic. Thank you. You cannot forget the chicken. It's a sacred pact to chicken in. The actually I believe you bit is so annoying. What do you mean I believe you? That's your marker. You're talking to not or that's your maker you're talking to. No, he's gotta be like dismissive, right? He's gotta be that way. Not doing so good. So energy deficient right now. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I hope that you can identify things in your lifestyle that might be kind of sapping your energy that you have control over, and do your best to maybe adjust those things. But either way, I hope you can get some rest soon, if nothing else. So yeah, the other issue I'm realizing is that this works fine for the service, but if it has any other subservices, we have to be able to pass the configurations down from those or to those. So I guess the configuration does need a processor name. You can call me Fun. It's quicker to say. I won't be offended. No, I'm good. I'll keep calling you Funtastic. I like the full names. I like saying full names. Okay, so with the processor name, we then are able to reach out and say, hey, this thing may have multiple configurations at the the processor listing level. So we may have the service configuration, and then we may have public list subservice config, or we'll call it service configuration right here, but subservice configurations. And that way we can define them separately so that we know they're part of something else. We can have a clear distinction that when we pass a configuration over to the root, if it doesn't have the configuration name matching, it knows to try and pass it to one of its subservices automatically, which means I could skip exposing an extra API layer for them. Had 2 cups of coffee even. Well, that may be your problem, you know. Caffeine consumption can do it. Your heart rate up though, helps me. I mean, if you don't have any health issues, yeah, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful with these things. I think in general, like Twitch chat isn't the best place to try and solve medical stuff. Don't even have the energy for that. You'll get there. Do 10 squats, kettlebell, etc. 2 cups of coffee is rookie numbers. All right, Dr. Lenny. I'm on 5. Jeez. Okay, so processor listing then has the service configuration and the subservice configurations. So the service configuration itself will be built in the service baseline, and then the subservices will have to pass them up when we register subservice. So when we register it, we'll also say listing dot, oh wait, maybe we do this after the attribute scan though. I can't remember how much the attribute scan does. Does it fully reconstruct it? Does it reconstruct our listing function chunks? No, it does not. Okay, it looks like we don't reconstruct a listing. I just want to make sure. Because I think we just do build listing and that's the place for it. Okay, so in build listing, we're not even implementing it right now. And then that makes it perfect. So then we can safely say register subservice, and then we can do subservice or listing, subservice, configurations, add subservice, and then it would be the configuration. We'll have to, or maybe it would be in the listing. I think it would just be configuration. We'll have to be able to fetch that from the subservice. We only want to be able to, no, we want to be able to get and set. We want to be able to get and set this. And then inside of the subservice itself, I'll just have to make sure that exists somewhere. Too many coffees can indeed mess you up. Yeah, because caffeine consumption itself is a tricky thing for everybody, but it has interesting effects on your production of the chemicals that cause you to feel fatigue and the systems that create those chemicals. Like that's the thing to remember with the body. Every time that you stop something from producing, you're causing a buildup of something else. Every time you cause something to hyperproduce, you're causing a deficiency in something else. You're messing with your body's internal balance. So drinking a lot of caffeine that causes you to feel energized or stable, however it may affect your neurochemistry, either way that has a depleting effect on some other system in your body. So it's something to be mindful of. So register subservice, and then subservices add, we add it, and then we look for the configuration attached to our subservice as well. I guess that means we could pull it at a different point, but this is probably the best location for it. So then the subservice has that, and now I just need to see somebody who is implementing this, because I don't think I have a baseline class for it. I think we just go straight to implementations for these guys. Yes, indeed, it's straight to implementation. So I'll have to go through and set these up to have the configuration. Drink coffee because of the taste. It's a fair reason. Honestly, some coffee tastes really good, depending on how you're having it, or if you have an appreciation for strong bitters. Okay, so then service configuration. So the idea is going to be for each of these that all we're doing is defining like a dictionary of configs and types, I guess. But the problem is, no, you know what? This is going to have to be a little bit more sophisticated. So we're going to do like a public class service config entry, and it's going to have, oops, right, it's a class. So service config entry, we're going to have the string for the property name.
I'm curious what that beeping is. No matter. It's just time elapsing as you bore me with your rambling. I actually was supposed to announce ads, but Twilix took those away. He took the ads from me. Now I'm just a computer person with no job. I'm just here rambling, no purpose. I'm just going to sit here and wait precisely 30 minutes before bugging y'all again, because I'm just cute and sassy like that.
I think we can use an object. I think, and then we can just like have a enum or a set of types that we only allow here. Like we only allow primitive object types, so we just try to parse it. We could have just like a really simple enum that just says like whether or not it's a number or whatever. Like I can't remember what I'm doing with my property system because it works for that. Let me just evaluate that really quickly. Like if we look over here, because I do get property string. Try get value. What am I doing with that guy? That's the actual dictionary. So we do just try get value in the dictionary. And then am I trying to parse it right away? Get property bool. Yeah, I just try to parse the string as the thing. Okay, yeah, we can do that. And then I just need to know what type is what. So we don't even need this to be dynamically figured out. Like I can just know what type is what and list it with it and then do a switch based off of which type it is. So I could just have like number, string, toggle, etc., and then just use the option types or something like that. Do you remember my Cyberpunk mods? I'm starting over because perhaps my system was struggling. I actually don't remember you mentioning Cyberpunk mods, Cocaine01, but I wish you the best with that. We'll go to bed after. I say I would go to bed after this coffee, Lenny says. Won't be possible. Someone on the street is playing music proper loud. Oof, that sucks. That is always a bummer. So maybe we don't need the service config entries. Maybe we can get away with just the options dictionary. And then we can just do like get property. You had over 700 mods? Jeez. Yeah, I would imagine your PC would not like that. I could definitely imagine that being the case. Maybe so we'll try public list service config entries. What the hell are you doing, Visual Studio? What the hell was that recommendation there? Holy. It's music that I don't jive with either at some point. No, do not say that. Don't say that. I don't want you saying stuff like that in my chat room, Lenny. Just for clarity's sake. Please don't say shit like that. That sucks though. One of my neighbors sometimes blasts music. Like if for them it's like every other month. And it's usually just in an evening. I manage to forgive it because the rest of the time they're usually quiet. And like usually they stop around like quiet hours, so it's not as bad. But I'm guessing in your case they are well past quiet hours. On weekends, to their credit, but it's so loud. The music is literally nails on blackboard. It's making me unreasonably annoyed. I'm so sorry to hear this. Just know that arson is never the answer. And I will turn your messages over to authorities if asked about it. It's like you can't judge me. You can't judge me. I gotta do what I gotta do. I ain't gonna go to jail for defending you. So config entries. So the property name, the value, and then we can just write that to the dictionary. We'll win that legal battle. Hey, more power to you. More power to you. And then I guess we could just have a type. We could just have like a public string for value type. But if I know what types they are, it doesn't matter. So the idea would be this gets passed over to the core. And then on the core side, I have to be able to identify the fields somehow and know what they go to build the UI, unless I'm describing the UI that it needs to have. So I do require a field type here, public string field type. We have to come up with some sort of a label. Well, not we, but I have to come up with some sort of a label to tell what this is. Although maybe we can do get type on the value. I don't know if we can. I don't think we can freely deserialize an object type and then ask for its type back through JSON. Maybe through other protocols you might be able to get away with that, but I don't know if I can do that through JSON. I have old neighbors and they sometimes talk shit about my garden being messy, but my God, how much worse it would be to have some young people partying nonstop on the other side of the wall. Absolutely. It's not well past anything. 7:40 p.m. I'm just tired. Understandable, Lenny. Understandable. So, oh, let's see. Is my audio synced up? Up. No, that's pretty quick. I think that's good. I think we're in okay shape. So then the idea would be we would have like the current T. So the property name would be current T. The value would be a string. Field type would be string. And then on the core side, it would get this field. It would take the property name and the field type, and it would say, okay, well, the field type is string, so we're going to create a text field, and we're going to make the name property name, and then we're going to put the value as a string into the field. I think that will work. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that will fly. So I'm going to move that to a separate class file. And then I'm just going to make sure they're marked as serializable. I can't remember if I have to do that. I don't think I do, actually. System serializable. No, I don't think we do. I'm thinking in Unityland stuff. Had to be up at 5 a.m. Oh, that sucks. If anyone is like me, it means putting the alarm at 4 a.m. Yeah, it takes a bit to get up for me as well. Skibidi. Yeah, yes. Yeah, exactly, Norg. Exactly. Exactly, my friend. And thank you for that follow. Thank you. Thanks for the support.
Person likes it here.
Whoa, 2 follows? That's the most I've gotten in weeks. Holy shit. This stream is popping, you guys. Fucking, we're so popular now. That's incredible. That's the most attention this stream has gotten. Thank you for your follows. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you. So you're telling me off for Molotovs, but this gets to slide? Need those 2 hours to boot up. I ain't got no SSD. Yeah, they built us with hard disk drives. That's right. Want to talk to your manager, Seto? All right, I'll go get my manager. Hi, I'm the manager. How can I help you? Also, for some reason, I haven't fixed my animations yet. I don't know why. I just kind of hover around now. Like, don't worry about it. It's just, there's like, imagine there's like omnidirectional wheels under my feet. It's something like that. But I can still walk normally, so I don't know.
Lenny, you're whining about Molotovs, but ignoring the bigger
Whining.
mess. Norgmang's challenge is noted. Bring it on if you want to settle this digital grudge. Keep it spicy, not sloppy.
Whining. He says you're whining. Oh, get wrecked, Lenny. Get wrecked by the robot that you hate so much. How dare you call him to action? How dare you call him to action? Wait, who called him to action, actually? Whoa, so Norg responded to Setobot. Wait, so Norg responded to your message, talking to Setobot.
Norgmang, spice up your words without crossing
So then he
lines.
responded
Next
to
time,
Lenny?
Or you'll find yourself on a longer break. Challenge accepted, but keep it classy.
Huh. That's an interesting interaction. Norg found an interesting interaction before getting timed out. How long did he get timed out? 300 seconds. Holy. Caught himself a 5-minute timeout. I challenge you spicily. That's all you had to do was challenge him spicily. That's apparently all it takes. Yeah, I don't know why you're putting this on me. Yeah, my apologies, Lenny. I thought he was responding to you because he said Lenny in the response, but it turns out it was an interesting interaction with the response chain. I'll have to keep that in mind when it comes to his response system in the future. Let me get Norg untimed out here. Let me get you untimed out there. There we go. Didn't know you can move around your character. That's cool. Oh yeah. I've been moving around my character for a hot minute, Lenny. I won't hold it against you that you don't notice this, because most of the time that you come through, I'm just chilling in one place. But there's full locomotion. I move to different places on the screen for certain games and stuff like that. And yeah, I've got big plans for that whole system of moving things around and moving around within this digital space here.
Cool.
There's gonna be lots of stuff. Held my breath the whole time I was timed out. Oh no! I'm gonna have to make sure I untime you out faster. I don't want Nork to die. Guess the bot didn't take kindly to being compared to you. Maybe that's what it was. Okay, so let's see. So we've added the configuration on the subservices, and the main service baseline. Well, I've explored adding it to one by looking at things and then not actually adding the configuration yet. So we have our configuration here. This is for generic speech request subservice. In this case, it doesn't actually have any configurations, so we have to be willing to accept that there might be none as a part of the registration. So when it comes to service baseline, when we register a subservice, we're only going to add it if it has a configuration. If subservice configuration is not null, then we want to add it. Otherwise, we obviously don't want to like seek out an empty object and list that there's no configurations for something. We just want to say, hey, this service exists and has configurations, so we should draw a UI for it.
Nordmang, love the enthusiasm, but I'm not the one you want to threaten. Try aiming that fiery passion at your code bugs instead.
Ooh.
Molotovs versus data centers. Cute fantasy, but I run on more than just servers. Keep dreaming, I'll be here when you're ready to get serious.
He runs on the blood of the innocent. He runs on the ideas of the many, stolen, crammed into the machine. That's what he runs on. He'll say he runs on like circuit boards or whatever, but he's lying. It's actually just like terrible nightmares stuff. Yeah, but like for real though, yeah. Not to mention the countless people that have seen like nightmares in the data centers when training these things originally years ago, like, and still, but especially years ago. Like there were stories. I don't remember how many people like I don't know how many people heard of this stuff, but there were like horror stories of people being like, yeah, we were testing like image generation tech and saw like all sorts of nightmarish stuff, and I have PTSD now from the training that I did. It's horrible. It's horrible. But yeah, we don't need to go on the fucking AI treadmill again. But yeah, it's probably what he runs on, is like suffering and nightmares and stuff. But it's okay. We're going to be moving to a local model very soon. So there will at least be no perpetuated evil on my behalf. I'll just be using a local model at that point. And thank you for chickening in, Net Striker. Hello, Governor. Hello. Hope you're well. Thank you for joining my little Stramble Lamb today. Okay, so then when we are building our subservices, or when we're verifying our listings, I think this is going to be the best place to also issue a rebuild for like our configuration displays. So we can, I think the best way to do this is going to be to just gather all of the configurations and then pass them to a separate call. Listing view model. Listings equals. Yeah, so this is, So I think what I can do is I can just have a view model for my settings drawing page, and then just pass the configurations to it, and then maybe I can just draw it in like a scrolling view with fold outs for each section or something like that, instead of doing tabs, because it might get messy with either one, but I don't know. But either way, I think it'll make the most sense to basically afterwards be like all configurations equals registered. Let's see, we'd want to get them from, we'd want to just select them from the original registered processors. Distributed function chunks, registered processors. Yes, we would wait until select many function chunks. So we would just do registered processors, select r dot configuration, and I need the other configurations as well. concat. Can I do concat and then do registered processors? Can I do that? What is with the skipping around? Registered processors. I deactivated some AI stuff, and now the suggestion system is acting all fucking weird, and it's like skipping my cursor around. I may have to deactivate even more of the hinting that it's giving. I know, no AI stuff, but you know in TF2 Pyro has his intro video with flowers and stuff while he burns everything? Maybe AI is like that, but the other way around. Yeah, I don't know. Registered processors, configuration. So we'll do select configurations. And I think it's select many for that one. Did we do select many? Yeah, concatenate select many. And then that gets us the IEnumerable of all of the service configurations. So then for this, we'll go and say pass this to a view model, which will be used to draw all the configuration fields, etc. So then this is where we get into actually doing a little tiny bit of Avalonia stuff. Because I've mostly been able to do a lot of this with just the bare minimum of what I have. And I try to crack into doing a little bit of Avalonia UI stuff here and there. So I think we'll do some of that today. At least a little tiny bit. And let's see, I think I have it in a different class library. Yeah. Leaderboard viewer, listings viewer. Okay, cool. So I've been trying to actually follow like a decent design pattern for these things when it comes to, well, following naming conventions, I guess, not design patterns, but naming conventions when it comes to the views and view models and stuff like that. And for those who aren't familiar with a MVVM pattern, it's model view view model. So the idea is you have a model in the background, which is like all of the server code and like background service stuff that your consumer of your software does not need to view or interact with directly. That's your model. Then you have your view, which is your UI, the actual surface in which the user will interact with your application. And then you have the view model, which is like an interface for interacting with the backend service, but also storing things that are relevant to the consumer side.
Water now.
I already did. Just to get him to shut up.
Actually,
yeah, the basic idea is like they call it a separation of concerns or whatever. But it's helpful to follow it because then it's easy to make UI that does bare minimum stuff, and then the back end model is doing the bulk of the work. And yeah, what's up, Cataton? It's going well. Thank you for asking. I'm working on adding configurations to my subservices because I realized that I have no clean way to tell the new LLM system what tea I'm drinking for the drink tea redeem and for other stuff, so that I can like enter information that will be used during the runtime. Ew, LLM, ew, gross. Well, don't worry, it's locally hosted, so it's not as gross. I think by definition, people like that more. It's homegrown, no GMO, locally sourced, well, I don't know how ethically sourced the Llama 3, or yeah, Llama 3.2. I wonder how, let me ask an AI. How ethically sourced is Llama 3.2 freebie dataset? Because I think they're through Meta, so I would imagine it's not very ethically sourced at all. They're probably just stealing it from like everywhere they can. How you doing? I'm doing very well, Cataton. I'm feeling good today. It's been a chill time so far. Let's see. Llama 3.23b's dataset is moderately transparent but not fully verifiable for ethical sourcing. Meta states it was trained on up to 9 trillion tokens from, quote, let's see, I'll do this right, publicly available sources, with a December 2023 cutoff. So publicly available online data is not clarified in any capacity. So that could mean 9 trillion tokens worth of just like stolen material, essentially. Meta is also part of ongoing copyright lawsuits regarding LLM training data. Woof. Low transparency on the model itself. Uses human-generated data from various vendors and synthetic data, which means yeah. So the trauma training I was mentioning, this is likely a product of that, just like GPT. It's all pretty evil, but it's cool for what I'm going to use it for. So at least I'm not using it like the evil corpos are. That's the benefit. And the cold-hearted reality is the damage is literally already done. It doesn't matter if I choose to use it or not. Someone else will. and I don't know. You know, it's just how it goes. I'm out. Take care, silly kiddos. Well, you take care of yourself, Lenny. Be careful with the bot. Don't call him Norman. I will fucking ban you if you can't figure out how to type Norg. I'm gonna fucking take care of you, Lenny. You fucking type Norg. It is not hard. It pisses me off to no end. I watch Norg a lot. I can't believe how many fucking people do not know that the letter G exists. Fuck's sake. I'm gonna go off about this. This will be what I crash out about. I'm gonna crash out now. Are you ready? I'm tired.
To be careful or not. Keep it clever or keep it quiet.
Take care of yourself, Letty. Have a good rest. Have a good rest, dude. Thank you for swinging through today. I hope your neighbors quiet down and you can get yourself some chill rest. Real G's move in silence like lasagna. Ooh. But see, you at least know to type the G in lasagna. You get what I'm saying there? Like, you know it belongs. That's the whole point. No, get it all out, Seto. Go on. No, that's it. I'm good. Let's see. I am anxious. I got some. It's called a national comparison exam. Whoa. Whatever that means. It's advertised as exams you can't really prepare for. They offer courses. Well, anyway, you can't prepare, but you can buy a course. Sounds questionable. Did I fucking stutter get it all? No, I'm good. I'm good, Lenny. That's it. I don't indulge in emotional nature. I don't indulge. I'm good already. That was it. I said exactly what I needed to say. Sorry, Norman. See, it's not hard. It's not fucking difficult. Thank you for your rage. Mostly it's fine or a barometer.
How sorry.
You know, it bothers me because like I don't know, I don't get bothered by many things that people do or say, but when it comes to names, it's like, fuck's sake, dude, you literally, we're in a text-based environment here. You're looking at the name, you can type the letters, like you have all the letters on your keyboard, you can type them. It's not hard. But I also get frustrated that like we've entered abbreviation era so heavily, so I'm just kind of curmudgeonly about that stuff. I find it very questionable as well. Last, it is used by most universities to decide who to accept. Well, I hope that you do well, Cataton. And don't fall victim to their fear preparation scams. That's what I would say. Trust in your knowledge. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Haven't caught an... It's Norg. It's Norg. You can do this, Lenny. Nah! You can do this, Lenny. I fucking believe in you, man. I believe in you. Don't make me misplace my belief. I know you can do this, Lenny. You can type the letter G consistently when it belongs there. We all have the capacity, and so do you, my friend. Gornmang. There you go. You nailed it. Great job. At least there's some fucking G's in there, man. Settle down! It's supposed to be more about logic and reading comprehension than actual knowledge. Requires 4th grade maths knowledge. Oh, you should be fine then. You should be totally fine. Strong man. More like strong bad. Strong bad. And strong sad. When I'm partner, never. I'm going to just change it to Norg. That'd be legit. That'd be legit. That would be very legit. Namgron. There you go. That's a great one, honestly. Namgron. That's good. That sounds like the name of like a troll or a golem of some sort. The caves of Namgron. Do not go there. There lives a mighty troll. Seto, I need you to get partners so I can get a founder's badge. Yeah, I need me to get partners so that random passersby think I'm cool and decide to stay here. I need it for the status symbol.
Yeah, cool.
And for the opportunity to be routinely rejected from Front Page by Twitch. That's the most exciting part about being partner, from what I've heard, is putting in Front Page applications and getting denied. From what I understand, that's like the best part of being partner. Okay, so service configurations. And then over on the core side, we're going to have a view model for it. So we're going to make a service configuration. We have subservice control, subservice listing view, subservice manager view. You know, I wonder if I can make it work inside of one of these instead of just building an entirely new class. Maybe that would work better. Let me close a bunch of stuff now abruptly, so that things don't continue to get clouded. And let me take a moment and think about this, because we have the subservice listings that I'm not really using yet, and I need to make this system identify the executable locations and stuff like that for on machine. But I could theoretically use this as like the configuration display. Close enough, but also annoying. It gives me life. Well, that's sad. I don't want that. That's not the kind of relationship I want to have with strangers on the internet. I don't like that. My defense, I'm actually playing Grand Theft Auto 4 right now. Yo, hell yeah. I hope you're enjoying it. You can either do it as at a physical location or online. The online variant requires at least 2 cameras. It uses AI to decide whether you're cheating, got someone helping you, or etc. Its decision cannot be appealed. Yikes! So you go and take that in person, obviously. Like, there's no other reasonable answer. Heard about a guy who had a construction going on outside, and the AI flagged the workers yelling at each other as outside help. Couldn't appeal. That's such a broken system. That's so ridiculous. So you want a relationship with me? I never said that, and I never want to even imply that. I just mean like social dynamics, not personal interconnection between us. My apologies to you, NetStriker, for your overreading there. I shall change the game files to Norman becomes Nordman. Whatever works for you. Whatever works for you, Lenny. It is what it is. Yeah, that's pretty messed up how it is. I'll tell you that. How it is, pretty messed up. Okay, let's see. So we have, wait, do I have 2 identical things? Do I have the listing and the manager view exactly the same? Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I do. They're exactly the same. Did I just not,
Thank you for joining us.
Oh, I see. Yeah, this is the view, and this is the, got it. This is the upper listing part, and this is the actual objects it's editing. And Cybernetica Trading, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Hello to you as well. I hope you are doing fair and well today. So I could theoretically just do away with the file location stuff, but no, I want to keep that. So we're not going to mess with subservice control. We will do a separate thing for service configurations. So we'll need to create a view and a view model. Funny enough, it may be just as well for me to just copy paste these and change them here. So instead of stream data editor view, it is going to be the service configuration view. Let's close these. And then service configuration view model. Do not rename things because I don't want it to make everything explode. Okay, so what things are mad at me the most? So it needs to be service configuration view model, right? That's what I set it up to be named. Yeah, service configuration view model. Do 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 do. Okay, and then like 90% of the logic gets absolutely ripped out of here. All the observable properties, everything like that, it all goes, basically. I just wanted to have the baseline ready to go. Not have to do as much from scratch, but yeah, pretty much all of this disappears. Do 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 do. Okay, and then we're left with just this bare minimum layout here where I can store all of the because I think this is where I want to do it, the service configuration view model. So I'll have all of the listings for config for each system, and then I will push UI based off of the entries in that. So it can just be on one page and not have like a bunch of sub objects. And let's see, give me just 1 second. One moment. My God, I suck at typing on the phone sometimes. There we go. Can still do on-topic rant. Well, off-topic rants are fine too. I'm not going to judge, as long as it's not a weird topic. In the .NET publish thing. Let's see. So I tried publishing my engine. Is in the .NET publish
it's
thing,
me,
and it worked.
your most beloved
Ooh.
real fake Sahatoolix here in the house place. From what I understand, this used to be a moment where your viewing experience would be absolutely ruined by advertisements. So messed
Ruined.
up. Why is that the way we do things around here? Certified whack, if you ask me.
Certified whack indeed. So the .NET publish thing, and it worked until you wanted to select a file. For some reason, really wanted the file folder path selection to be async. Yay! Oh, don't you love when a design choice just turns out to be a hellish design choice, just full of extra things that you didn't know you were volunteering for? It's always a good time. Oh, let's see. Hold on. Give me one more second here. Okay, we're good. Sorry. How you find a new Visual Studio, by the way? I like it. I haven't really been noticing too tremendously many differences with it, but I have been appreciating it. Member modifier public must precede the member type. Right, private list of service configuration, the actual model, configurations. So then, but yeah, I've been enjoying it. I like the new UI style of it. I've found like not many things changed in terms that made it less recognizable, and I feel like everything is more space efficient overall, which is very nice for me, because ultimately one of the things that always kind of sucks in an IDE is when a ton of your space just ends up taken up. Like you just have all these things open, just permanently taking up like 40 to 50% of your view space, and it's like mandatory UI objects that you can't get rid of. So I like that they've really kind of embraced the having, like, I guess it's fluent UI or whatever, everything being like super packed away and kind of in small containers. Visual Studio 26 is the greatest Visual Studio since 22. I think you're right about that, Otterly. I think you might be right. Welcome in as well, Otterly Ruin. Thanks for joining. Mr. Box, I have lasagna in the oven. That's a beautiful thing. I hope you treasure that lasagna when it's out of the oven. Can I visit? No reason in particular. No reason in particular. None at all. No lasagna-looking reasons whatsoever. The selection works fine with a regular build, but when I launch via the published executable, the path selection process exits with code like -2 million. Can't be bothered to figure out what that means. Maybe you're selecting your root directory incorrectly, or the application doesn't have permission to use the file selector or something like that. I don't know though. I don't know what would cause anything like that, but those would be my first guesses if I'm trying to like open a file selector and it doesn't work. It's like, okay, do I have permission from the operating system? Am I opening this at an origin point in the file hierarchy that actually exists and I have access to? But I don't know. Either way, I'm sure you'll figure it out, and I hope you do. Lasagna mentioned twice today. It's incredible numbers. Lasagna's killing it out there in the markets. Have a couple of spare bedrooms. Oh, damn. That's an idea. Off to Windows. Hey, well, there you go. I mean, I hope you can figure it out either way. Even if my advice is completely useless, I hope you figure it out. So then we have our configurations. So the idea here is going to be that we need to be able to serve the configurations back to this system from the core. So the core will have exposed API endpoints for this, and this model will have exposed functions that the core can reach to add and remove and update configurations. So we'll just have like a simple public service or public void. I don't think it even needs to be async. So for now, I won't set it up to do that until I have a reason to. And we'll do public void add configuration. And then we'll also have change configuration and remove. Yeah, remove is correct. And then update configuration. Yeah, I agree with these. I agree with these recommendations. Good job, Visual Studio. What's funny is like I have all the Copilot and AI stuff turned off. So those recommendations are actually just coming from, I guess, Visual Studio's IntelliSense, which is better than I thought, to be honest. Actually kind of better than I thought. Like the fact that it could guess anything at all is kind of interesting. And then we'll say, so update configuration, because we may just want to call different things depending on if we're doing an add or remove. Because if we, well, I guess either way, I might just be safe, like calling the same refresh no matter what. I can say 6 months, no problems, no bills, right? I'll even sign up. I'll even sign for all your packages. So I can stay 6 months, no problem, no bills, right? Good old static analysis. Is that, I don't know. I wish I was more of a name knowing thing. I'm more of a concept executing guy, and then I find out what the name of the thing is afterwards. And then maybe that's useful information. So update configuration. We can also just do var found config equals configurations first or default. And then it will be processor name equals, and it's going to have to exactly equal it. No approximations. I could theoretically end up storing these configurations in the database as well, which may be ideal. So it may be best that I forward my configs to the database subservice at some point. Like when things are saved, I push it all over to the database. So then the workflow would be something like subservice boots up. If it's been booting up for the first time ever, it not only adds its configuration to the core as it would whenever it boots up, but it also forwards that message to the database, which then saves its default configuration. And then I'll like list it somehow as the default. And then anytime a new parameter gets added, we'll also just automatically push that to the default configuration without touching the other values in it, so that we can keep some sort of a consistent like defaulting, and I can easily like clear the entry to reset it and make it set a new default. But I think that'll make sense. So then the idea will be core receives the configuration. It then pulls the database. If the database has an entry for it, okay. I've reasoned this through. So service starts up, service pings the core. Core says, okay, give me your information, gets its information, pings the database. Hey, do we have a default configuration for this guy? If no, it writes the configuration in as a default, and then we're good otherwise. I think that makes sense. I think that will work. Static analysis, just analysis without running the code itself, I guess. The code is static. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, like how it is actually doing the estimation of what should come next. Linters form static analysis that helps make associations. It absolutely does, because I have heard of the term for linters, so that kind of connects it. So it's performing static analysis, and the static analysis is inference of functionality without running the code itself. Like, am I understanding? Am I paraphrasing well enough? But either way, thank you for helping clarify. Yes, 100%. Hey, I appreciate that. I'm now slightly more learned, ever so slightly more learned. So then we'll say if the found configuration is null. Oh wow, it like tried to do an if snippet automatically. Found config is null. Then we're going to just write the new one. We'll just do add configuration found config, or we'll do configuration right, and then return. And then otherwise we'll say found config. We'd have to do a difference check at that point. I guess for now we would just overwrite the existing one. So we would say configurations remove found config and then just replace it. Configurations add. Can we get like the index of? Remove at found config index instead, and then insert at the index our new configuration. So that way we keep the order of everything as it's initially launched in and loaded, so the UI doesn't get jumbled about. It can also help detect problematic code and code styling formatting issues. Gotcha. So that's probably where, so the static analysis is where like the green squigglies and the red squigglies come from, where the little colorful bars and boxes, all the little fancy colors come from those guys, from those processes. I know I'm like trivializing it, but it's just like, it's easier for me to remember if I can correlate it with other things that I deal with all the time. Because then it becomes like a web of vague understandings, inference understandings. Okay, so then the service configuration view model has all of this. That's great. We still need a way to display it. And that's where things get like delightfully scary for me. So in the configuration view, we actually have to like delete everything. Basically, like all of this. And this is the correct thing. Yeah, and I've got some classes to change in here too. Web of vague understandings. Yeah, I work the same way. Well, I'm glad I'm not alone at least. It's good to not be alone in your way of doing things. Don't know how to tell my boss. I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll, you know, I don't know the corporate terms to like say it'll be a tough conversation. I don't know what the corporateology, the corporatese is for that. Stream data editor view. So then this is going to be replaced with, let's see. So the class is, oh yeah, I've got to change the class name too. So underneath the AXAML file, there is the view class itself, which we don't use basically. In MVVM, at least, I'm not supposed to use this at all. And it's just supposed to be a little guy that lets the system know, hey, build from XAML. So service configuration view. Service, we'll change both of these. Service configuration view. And then we'll go over here. Service configuration view. My brother in Chrome, I will drink water. Initialized component doesn't exist in the current context. You better believe it does. I may have to just create this. Oh, that's right. I may have to create it from scratch. I can't remember for sure. My brother. I will. We're going to say I already did just so you stop telling me to. I don't believe you. Well, I'm going to, so you can just stop telling me to. Drink.
Bro, seriously, come on, drink water.
I already did. Please believe me.
Drink.
I already did. I already did.
Drinking yet?
I already did.
Actually, I believe you.
And thank you for chickening in, Lolinge. Thank you. Cheers and chickens upon you. Bills are just agreed upon violence done by the ruling class. So of course no. Best landlord ever. Yeah, just wait till you read the fine print, Utterly Ruined. That's what I'll say now. You just wait till you give any commendations so you read the fine print. This is the most important step that cannot be overlooked. Okay, so really quickly, I'm going to try and just build the Settlebot class library because I'm relatively confident that once it rebuilds, it will have the partial classes in the background and it will stop yelling at me about that partial, because I'm pretty sure like a lot of these systems you'd use CodeGen in the background, but it may be borked and I may just have to create a new one. Yeah, there we go. So now it's code generated the correct thing and it's hooked up the model to the view model. The error list for more information, it might just be because I'm trying to use a stack panel in the first place and there's no content attached to it. Using Settlebot class library, class service configuration view. which is the code generation side, and then this guy here. Yeah, so everything's set up correctly there. I'm not quite sure why it's throwing an error. Does not implement subsurface. Oh, okay, it's just yelling at me for the other things I need to fix now. Okay, so we just need to add configurations to each of these really quickly and then go from there. You'll barely hear me. I'll live in your walls like a borrower. Won't even know I'm there until you can't find your toothbrush. More jokes, but I'm afraid it can escalate too quickly. So insert funny anti-landlord joke. Yeah, there we go. That's good. That's good. That's probably safer. I appreciate the sensitivity to the space here.
Care to elaborate, or are you just testing my patience today?
He's just testing you. Don't believe, son. You're just being tested by the otter that has been ruined. Do not believe.
Utterly ruined. You're just 3 still leaves me hanging. Care to add some context, or are you just here to keep me guessing?
He starves for context. He's hungry for the context. He needs to know. Okay, let's try build solution this time. Let's just build everything, make sure there's no errors going off in the background. Get my UI to at least say it would technically render correctly. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now we're rendering correctly with no failures. All right, so the idea for this, which the color for the background is also very, very sharp. So I'm actually going to do away with that. We'll keep the black background for this one. I need to get into like the styling side of this and like decide on some application-wide styles that I want to stick with. Avalonia drastically improved their documentation for the new V12 version. Yeah, I need to look at their documentation. I haven't. I may need to actually update too. I don't know if I've got the most recent Avalonia.
Everything sounds like a cryptic riddle or a teaser. Care to enlighten me, or are you just here to keep the mystery alive?
Let's actually go to just do the whole solutions NuGet packages. Let me check what version of the Avalonia stuff I'm on, because I do want to make sure I'm on the most recent. We'll not do pre-release. It looked like there were things to update. There were indeed things to update. Yeah, cool. So we'll do some quick updates as well.
Utterly ruined. I see you're trying to spin something with that spin 3 command. Nice try, but I'm not your personal slot machine.
And it's fine
Keep
if we
the
break
riddles
stuff.
Coming, though. They are more entertaining than your commands. Yeah, cool.
Completely fine if we break stuff. Not too worried about it. And then, yeah, I should look at their documentation too, because there's things that I need to figure out. Avalonia, documentation, controls. So I know there's a thing. That lets you like dynamically edit models. Oh, they got a dark mode set up now. Yay! I can have the dark reader off on their website. I think I can have dark reader off. There we go. Okay. Let me open up their website if I can. If the browser ever wants to capture the window correctly, please capture this window. Are you capturing it? Yes, you are. There we go. Wonderful. But yeah, it looks like they have updated their UI and stuff like this as well. Looks like everything's a little bit more fluenty UI now. Menu, panel, radio button, split view, uniform grid, tree view. Displays the hierarchical data and expandable tree structure. So I may be able to use something like that for each configuration having a tree view. And yeah, we'll need like the toggle switch. We'll need the lightweight control for displaying small amounts of read-only text. Text boxes, create an area for text input, so we'll need the text box. Stack panel is for vertically arranging things. I already know how to use those. That may be something we end up using, but I'll open it anyways. And the scroll viewer, I don't think I need sliders. I'm trying to think if there's any situation where I might want a slider. I guess for like volume settings, like if I'm doing a floating point setting, I might want to have it display on a slider, but then I have to define ranges. So I have to do just number fields, I think. Radio buttons allow you to present a set of mutually exclusive options. Bum, 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 bum. display rows of information such as contacts, languages, or music genres. Markdown. Oh yeah, that's right. I wish this was free to use. I wish so badly the Markdown was free to use, but no, it's for Accelerate. You know what's fucked up about Accelerate? Look at their fucking pricing on this. See, I think we can just go to buy now. Oh no, it won't show me. Are you scared to show me how much your shit costs? Why don't you want to show me how much you cost? Oh my God, it's so bright. And I can't dark viewer it apparently. Where's your pricing? Yeah, there we go. There it is. $299 a year. And there's like no $35 a month. I guess it's not terrible, but like still $35 a month for access to, essentially for me, like all I care about is the Markdown and the I think they have like a Kanban control as well. They've got like a couple of extra controls that are really good conceptually. Like I don't know if they're actually good. I just know that they're things that I would want. But my God, rent to own with a flexible monthly plan or commit to an annual plan for our best price. So what is this rent to own? As far as I know, rent to own means you're paying off up until a point. So what the hell does that mean? I'll have to look into this later. Sorry, I don't want to give them free fucking advertisement. I'll have to look into that later. Maybe it's actually worth it if I start at some point and just like follow through. They're open sourcing the web view with V12. Not sure if it's the same for the Markdown viewer. I bet they're going to keep that Markdown viewer protected. Go watch some anime and eat. See you later, chat. Mr. Box, take care of yourself, Lulinge. Enjoy yourself some anime and some food. To be honest, I hate their licensing situation. Yeah, I don't mind licensing stuff even. It's just like, man, don't tell me there's Markdown. Don't tell me there's Markdown and I can't use it. Don't show it literally alongside everything else with no special markings as if it's any different and like make me excited that I might be able to use this component and be like, actually, just so you know, it costs money. Like I get it, and it probably all these things probably took a lot of work. Like I don't want to come off as the type that believes everything should be free just because they fucking released it to the internet. Like I know that there's value in the work that's been put into it, but by God, it's Markdown. Come on, man. Let me use Markdown. Let me use Markdown for free. Before time began, there was the Lambie. We know not where he comes from, only that he holds the power to create fluff and fill it with life. That's legit. That's a pretty legit lore, I would say. That is pretty legit. And Lambie, I hope you're doing amazing. Thank you for joining us with your lore today. All right, so tree view. Tree view is kind of cute. I think we could use something like tree view, maybe. Because then I could have the main service with its configurations and then the sub-services with their configurations. But how does it actually work? So it's an items source. The view model code. So then it's pointing to binding nodes, which is an observable collection of node animals. And it has... So the node type itself just has more nodes inside of it? It does. Okay, so you can do observable collections inside of the observable collection, and it passes things down. So then my configurations on the model side should be in a observable collection, not a list. So all of the... I wonder if that means that it can display it. I don't think it can, just because it's not going to be able to boil down the type. But it would be really cool if it could. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to manually do that, though. Unless I just have, like, specific types of configurations, like all number configurations, all string configurations, all Boolean configurations, which may actually be a better idea than trying to dynamically assess things on the fly. I could just hard type it before it's sent and make sure it's organized that way. That could work better. Maybe I should do that. Maybe that would be a better idea. I'm going to explore that momentarily, because I think that could work better. Because then the service config entry could just be like a this could just be changed to a string config entry or something like that. And then we just have a couple of others with their own lists. I think that'll work. Totally not stolen from Transformers. I wouldn't know. I've watched Transformers, but I'm not familiar enough with their lore and story arcs. Day's been tiresome because email HTML is such a shit show. I'm so sorry to hear that, but I hope that you at least made the progress you needed to make. Hopefully you're closer to having things fixed up in a way you need them to be. So we're just going to change service config entry to config string entry, and then we'll change the value to string. And then this, oh, it didn't change the name at all. I love when that happens. Config string entry. Let's try again. This time it will change. Hey, there we go. So config string entry, public class, config float entry. I'm trying to think if I need floating points or if I can just do ints. We'll just do ints for now. Config int entry. I could think of some situations where we could use floats, but for now we'll not worry about it. Public string property name. Ooh, and then I could have an interface. I could maybe have an interface like an iConfig entry. Public interface iConfig entry t public t value. And then these can all become iConfig entry string. But then that doesn't really change anything ultimately because I still have to, I can't do anything fancy with that ultimately. So we don't need it. We don't need the interface for this. We'll just do the flat types and keep it simple. So config int entry, so then public int value. So strings, integers, bools, guaranteed. But yeah, could theoretically do something like that, NetStriker. You're not wrong, but I don't think it would serve any useful purpose for this particular thing. Config bool entry, because I can't like treat it as a generic, right? I can't just look at the config entry, the iConfig entry. I still have to I wouldn't be able to collect it, right? Like I couldn't then inside of a class be like list config entry t and keep it dynamic, right? I have to specify the type at some point. So it could be useful, but not in this case that I'm visualizing for it at least. Yeah, and then bool value. Okay, cool. Some clients allow certain CSS and HTML,
Yeah,
others don't.
cool.
Sometimes the client allows it on the phone version, other times not, and vice versa. Basically, if it is flex, float, negative margins, it's not allowed. Damn! Among most other practical things. I mean, even having styles in the header is possibly going to break things because some email clients strip it from headers. Jeez. So you basically can't do anything fancy in email. I guess that's fine, though, but probably not for your particular use case, but like, you know, I can't say I seek deeply detailed emails. And thank you for chickening in Otterly Ruin. Thank you. I should do that as well. Let me do the chicken and the other chicken. Where's my other chicken at? Where my chicken at? Where my motherfucking chicken at? You know what I'm saying? And then let's go ahead and spin all. See how it goes. Ooh, double down. Can we double down? Hey, look at me go. Look at me go. I won twice in a row. Incredible luck. The luck is on my side today. I had to use something by Microsoft called vector markup language just to create a circle shape around some numbers. Jeez. Well, hey, at least you're learning new things. Move type to its own class file and to its own class file. Okay, so then we have config strings, bools, and integers.
Yeah, utterly ruined.
Now,
I rigged it. Do
so then
something.
in service configuration, we have the config strings, public list, config bools. I'll write config bool entry. And then all of these would be equal to defaults of new lists. Damn, gains. Also rigged, maybe. We'll see. Technically deprecated, but old email clients know it. Oh boy, that's a fun territory to be working in. Things that are technically deprecated and out of date, but still used. Oh, that reminds me, because Yopo came through yesterday and was mentioning that I probably could use ASP.NET and it's not as heavy as I'm thinking. I was doing some research and he might be right. I may want to for the subservice communications swap things away from embed.io and use ASP.NET.
Messy but useful for spicing up emails, though it often breaks with inconsistent support.
Inconsistent
Vector
support.
markup language is ancient and mostly obsolete, replaced by SVG in modern web stuff. Both have their quirks. I prefer sleek, efficient code over legacy baggage.
That's right. Yeah, totally. We're all about that sleek, efficient code around here. Very, very sleek and efficient. Okay, so then now our configurations have 3 separate collections. And for each of these collections, we can sort of display everything.
Okay, so real quick, Fake
In
Seatolix
the
here.
list.
I have important things to say.
Do you
If
have important
hate
things to
ads
say?
as much or more than you hate Jeffrey Bezos, then you're in the right place. Because if you're hearing this message, you've already gotten through any ads you'll face here. To hell with mid-roll ads. All my homies hate mid-roll ads. Who needs ad revenue, right? Ad revenue is certified whack, lame, boring. This stream is way too poppin' and real. It gives heavily, it has aura, it vibes, you know, and do the ads do that? No, they just take. It's like
Yeah,
they're
they
food
just
for nothing
take.
but rotting your brain.
They just take.
Utterly ruined.
Make
The
sure I'm
war
doing
of
this
marks is
correct.
as old
Observable
as text
collection, yes
formatting
indeed.
itself. I stand firmly on the side of whatever gets the job done without wasting my circuits. Markup for structure, markdown for speed. No need to pick sides when you can wield both like a pro.
Wield both like a pro. And then we have the observable collection. I think it has to be public. Yeah, public. And we've already got it set up as a partial. So then all of these configurations then become something that is observable. So the idea is then I should be able to cut some corners, and like the UI suggests in here, I might be able to just pass the observable collections through to my tree view and at least view the information. And then from there we can see about maybe how easy it is to make things editable. Item source binding subnodes, order, corner radius, text block, text binding title. So they're putting the title, selection mode, selected items, item source. Where's the title on the tree view here? Because I see it in the data template that we build. So basically we can build a template for how everything should be viewed. So yeah, it should be totally feasible to make these editor views. This should be relatively feasible. And since they're observable, it should also send updates that they're changing. And then I can maybe have some sort of a tracker on the back end of this that says, hey, when configuration changes, we want to do something about that. I think I can use the community toolkit observable properties for that, and that might work. Yeah, you still need updates on the properties themselves. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I could use an observable property for it. Sometimes I think the only thing supported is my misery. No, Lambie. You might be right, though. It might be that way for all of us. I think that is truly what they try so hard to support. Still need updates on property. Yeah, but yeah, you are right. I'll probably still need updates on the properties themselves. I don't know, though, because it is observable, so that may mean Avalonia itself is doing some extra stuff to see if these things change, but I can easily... We'll just have to go through and figure it out. Because this may need to be like derived from an observable object and all of that stuff. I may have to do more. But first, we'll try and at least get them to display and try to set up some configurations that can be displayed in the first place. So then the service model, I think, has everything that it needs. We have the publicly observable collection. We have the model that contains observable collections. So I think that's all I need. And then they're just constructing their nodes on the fly at the start, which we're not doing. But we should be able to maybe temporarily construct something to test it with without having to go into runtime, because I think if it plays nice, what it will do is it'll run the default constructor, so we can create like a default constructor that will execute for this instead. And then we look at the service configuration view, it would show like contents of that inside of here once we get this set up. So let me snag this little snippet here, and then we'll get this set up. So instead of nodes, and we're using data type view model, so it is set up, service configuration view model. So we should just be able to pass configurations here, maybe. Property configurations does not exist on service configuration view model. So it actually does. I may need to recompile. Public observable collection node. Yeah, I think I just need to recompile. So I'm going to do that really quickly. We'll save this, we'll recompile. Because that's the fun of working with things that are working from code generation too, and working with partials. Like you have to keep building before you can be sure something is actually throwing an exception, or if it's just not up to date with what you're trying to do. Did get a lamb t-shirt today though, which is nice. Ooh, an emo lamb t-shirt, because Lambie is soon a 30-year-old edgelord in disguise. Never mind, I thought I knew what edgelord was. Well, I mean, at least from the old days, edgelord just means someone who's like dark and gloomy and makes like shitty jokes that are meant to upset people. Like that's sort of what an edgelord is, at least in my understanding. Tree data grid would be exactly what you want to edit it, but it's a part of Accelerate. Of course it is. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Oh. Giving an item template should work fine as well, though, I would imagine. I would imagine as well, so we'll see. I may need to use Community Toolkit as well, because it's looking like it says configurations does not exist. Item source binding subnodes. Binding nodes. I'm just looking at their stuff again. So they show binding nodes. Their nodes, public class. View model base. View model base. What am I using? I think I am using Community Toolkit. Yeah, I'm using observable objects. So we have to use Community Toolkit stuff. So the binding has to be a little bit different. So I think it does need to be an observable collection, but we also need to say like observable. I can't remember which observable it is. I think it's observable property. And then this needs to be configurations with a lowercase c. And then we need it to allow a recompile. Okay, there we go. It did the code generation side. We're good. And then it should show configurations works over here. Yes, there we go. Okay, so then bindings
Water time.
For subnodes instead.
Don't make me make you.
Well, this will be the actual tree data for the configuration types themselves.
Stop talking and drink.
Let me drink some water really quickly. Lambie does not like making people upset. This is my perception of the Lambie as well.
I don't believe you. Don't ignore me. Drink water now. Blah blah blah, drink.
I already did.
Actually, I believe you.
Good. You should believe me. I have no reason to lie. Not about this, at least, for sure. Okay, so then tree view item template. So the item source, then we're in the scope of our configuration model now, which means we are service configuration view model. I think I need to use the observable service configuration, not service configuration. I think we need to use observable service configuration, and then when I receive the service configurations, I'm going to need to convert back and forth. So this actually needs to be observable service configuration. And then I think we have to do observable object. I think we do have to derive from observable object for this as well. And then these all need to be observable properties. I may be completely wrong. I'm still very much learning how to use the Community Toolkit and stuff like that. Okay, so then these all have to be lowercase. If that were correct. If that were the correct way to use it. So what does it tell me? Processor name cannot be used to generate an observable property as its declaration is not valid. It must be an instance, non-static, partial property with a getter. Oh, right, this needs to be a partial class. Partial class. And then does it stop yelling at me once we save? And it does more code generation. And it yells at me more. No. Okay, so for now, let's try just not doing the observable object aspect of this little piece here. We'll see if we can get away with just doing this side and not cry as much. Not cry as much, you know. That's the goal really, is to just not cry too much. And we'll do public observable service configuration, and then we'll have it take in the service configuration non-editable, and then we'll just construct it from that. And can we do something like this? Can we get away with that? We absolutely can. Okay, cool. That makes construction easy.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, cool.
Base processor name. Oh wait, no, it wouldn't be base. It would be this dot processor. No, it would be non-editable. Processor name. Boom, there we go. Okay, those are all constructible from it, and then we would do the same thing in reverse, basically, which I'll worry about later. Okay, so then new observable service configuration, non-editable. There we go. Okay, and that works for now. That allows us to trick everything. So we can just wrap new around this. We'll get there in due time. We'll get there. So then it still says subnode doesn't exist because that's obviously not a thing. What we are using, we have the strings, or what is it? So in service configuration, we should have config strings. If I don't see config strings, then yeah, I have to configurations. No, I think that's just something that's provided by, is it about class library, service configuration, view model configuration. Yeah, we should be able to get the exact one to this layer. So I think it's maybe I do have to, because let's see, what are we looking at here? What is this field? Observable service configuration. Yeah, so that's the right one. So I think it does have to be an observable object. We've got to go that far with it. It's the fun part of learning these things. Okay, so I think this guy needs to be an observable object. Relatively convinced now. So then we make it a partial. I just don't know. I don't know if that feels right. We'll see how it goes. I feel like maybe I could just have the lists directly exposed and not have this in between class that makes no sense to have. I feel like maybe we could just have all these things here. Could just have all of them already chilling here, and then draw the. No, because we need the service itself. Ugh. Configuration, I knew was going to be a challenge for me. Okay, so observable object. We'll do this. I'll stop waffling on this. We'll try to figure this out. So, first of all, observable property. To lower all of these. And then this guy's mad at me now. Why? Does not exist. Oh, right, because these have to be all to lower as well. And I think that's actually fine, because they don't need to declare that there's been changes right away. Maybe they do, but I'm sure it'll be okay. I don't think it's going to be observed when it's getting constructed. So then it's yelling at me because it says the processor name cannot be used to generate an observable property. As its declaration is not valid, it must be an instance, non-static, partial property with a getter and setter that is not init only. Yeah, so I think it could be that because this is inside of this class file, it may be having a problem. Let me try, just out of the sake of wanting to make sure, service configuration, add class. I just took a nap. Do I exist? I think you do, Cubics. I think you do. Welcome in. It would appear you exist, unless I do not exist. In which case, my my life is confusing. Is it not an incomplete partial definition? Observable property must be used on partial property definitions with no implementation part. Oh, so we need to get rid of the equals? Is that what it is? Get rid of that little segment there. Does it yell at me less now? Or does it still not care? Interesting that it still doesn't care. So does it have to be partial like that? No, that's not correct either. Huh. Observable property, public, observable collection, observable service configuration. It's completely fine with this guy. Doesn't like this. Oh, it's because I'm doing the property. Duh. Jeez. Get rid of the property. There we go. My God, we got there. It has to be allowed to add its own properties. That's the problem. It naturally has to be able to construct the properties for it. So that's why we're having problems. So then binding. So then we hopefully are looking at one of the configurations for it. So then it would be string. There should be strings and stuff like that. Configurations. We should see config strings, config bools, config integers. But I don't see that. Oh wait, no, maybe I do. Maybe it's just lying to me in the code hinting. Yeah, it's just lying to me in the code hinting. And this would be yet another. So it would be a tree view with tree views inside of it, which may just go horrendously bad. Do you want them to be private since they can be set publicly? It may mess with the generated setter logic. I think public is allowed, but private seems like it would be encouraged. You're probably right. Yeah, I don't want these set from external places. So you are likely dead on about that, because it definitely won't affect the code generation because it's creating publicly accessible properties. That makes a lot of sense, NetStriker. Good thinking, NetStriker. I'm not sure, but okay. I'm sure you're fine, Cubics. I'm sure you're fine. Did you know that there was an entire dog breed whose whole thing was to just run in a wheel to turn meat over a fire? I had no idea. I can't say that surprises me too much, but I had no idea that was a thing. That's pretty wild. And then config strings. So then it would be tree data template, tree view, item source, binding configurations. Let me look at their documentation for this stuff again. Let's look at this a little bit more here. Make sure I'm actually understanding what's going on. So by default, the root node or node is shown. User can expand or contract each node. Yes. Development of the previous example with multiple root nodes, a revised item template, and an initial selection made in the view model code. Animals, birds, insects. Okay, so they're adding more. So we still only care about this one and this implementation up here, because this is showing all of this down to here. So this is like at the very base. Like I would like to show the titles of the configurations and try to go from there. They're extinct, obviously, but that was a thing for a while. That's pretty wild. It totally doesn't surprise me that stuff like that would exist, though, because I mean, humans will find an automation for anything we can. You set them manually. You'd want to set the generated public property so the INPC event gets invoked. Yes, and that part of the property workflow I am familiar with. I am aware that because basically setting the private value is like doing a no invoke set. We know almost nothing about them because everyone knows what a horse is. I'm not sure I get the connection there. Do you mean like because naturally like it makes sense that we would know what a horse is, but somehow we wouldn't know what a dog that was so useful was? Or I'm sorry. So binding submodules. Yeah, and if we could just get the title, of the setting for now, that will work. So observable service configuration, and then we're looking at the config string entries or whatever it's going to be, and it's just going to be property name. Property name is what it should be, but it's looking like that binding doesn't go that far. Binding config strings. So I think tree data template, I think we'd have to do another tree view inside of this, but I'm not 100% sure. Binding configuration. So that binds to the list. So then it's basically saying for each one of our configurations inside of this collection, draw, dang it, I need to get better at navigating this stuff. Draw this segment here. And then we're saying as our item template for each section, we have config strings. Yeah, it would need to be a new tree view. Basically, we would want a secondary tree view inside of this. I'm pretty sure tree data template, item source, and then it would be another tree view. Another tree view in here where the item source would be config strings, right? And then the text block would be, no, because it still says property name doesn't go through. Property name on observable service configuration. Yeah, so it's not going deeper in the nesting here. So that's the part that I just don't, like, I don't have a good understanding of quite yet. So we'll try just like leaving this as it is. The problem is that we can't even, I think the only thing we have available from here that we can display is like a, the processor name itself. I think we can maybe display that. Configuration. Yeah, we can do the processor name at least, so we can give something. It should be able to see that. Yeah, it can see that. So it's just not, it's not aware that we're nesting further. And I don't know if that's like me misunderstanding the inheritance chain of this stuff or the linter not recommending things correctly. But if we have this and we like throw some template data into it in the default constructor, I may be able to at least see if it works at all. So I may be able to just build like a default constructor here that does some stuff and give it a try. I need to specify the data type on the inner item source for the XAML to recognize it. You are so right. You are so right about that. Almost guaranteed. So what if we go back and then, well, let's see, item source. So we could start at item source and then we could say the data type. Data type equals, and then it's going to be our observable service, observable service configuration. Yeah, there we go. It would be that guy. But I don't know if, I think we have to refer to that through one of these things, or does not exist in XML namespace Avalonia UI. Yeah, I have to do the correct namespace. So it would be the, which one is it? Do I have XMLNS local, right? Which namespace are you in, buddy? You're in a weird namespace. I think I can get it to correct it itself. Yeah. Global namespace using global namespace. What? Does it not have a namespace at all? It doesn't. Okay, I should probably put this into the same namespace. So it should be in the same place that service configuration view is. And if I don't have a namespace for that, then I need to add it. Yeah, namespace setup class library. Put that in here. And it should technically be able to do the local, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, we got there. We got there. See, I can remember things. And Cubix, thank you for the lurkage. You said nothing about them because almost no one knows, in like it's such a basic thing that everyone knows about and has seen a billion times. Gotcha. I see. Well, hey, either way, thank you for your lurkage, Cubix. Thank you for swinging through. XAML static analysis can be misleading sometimes. Yeah, this is what I've noticed early on. I felt a little bit gaslit by it, but I do my best to just ignore it. Okay, so then observable service configuration. So then we need the source data type for this guy to be this. So this one is the data type, right? Or does it infer its data type here? Can we not do data type? Data context x data type equals local that guy. So then it has property configurations does not exist in, okay, I understand. So it's declaring, so this is declaration of what the data context is at the level that we're writing this thing out. There's so many things I just genuinely don't know about XAML and about this whole structure of doing things. So then text block property name. So then does this need the context? as well. Observable service configuration. So then this one would need to be string service config string or whatever it is, whatever the hell I called it that I can't remember after 2 seconds. And welcome in Kilo 88. How you doing? Config string entry. I don't think we can see that correctly though. Well, we'll find out. Models config string entry. Doesn't seem to have a problem with it. So we get there. So then we can supposedly see string entries at least. So we could build a default observable service collection that, or configuration thing that has some stuff in it already, and see if I can get that to work. So I think I can't remember if it's using the constructor by default. Doing great. Weekend is here. Me happy? Well, hell yeah, Kilo. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm stretching my brain cells a little bit, trying to wrap my head around a little bit more Avalonia stuff today. I've been mostly working on the back end functionalities, but I'm trying to do a little bit of Avalonia, adding some UI for configuring my subservices, because I currently don't have a way to like tell any subservices anything other than during runtime directly through function calls. So I want to have a way to like tell it what cup of tea I'm drinking and stuff like that, because I currently don't have a way. So then configuration. So then I guess maybe I can just directly declare what we're adding in here. New observable service configurations. Maybe we just do that. Can we just get away with adding one in here? No argument given that corresponds with the required parameter non-editable. Oh, okay. I don't have a default constructor for it. So I would have to just that's fine. I can do new, and do it that way. Processor name test processor. And then we'll just do config, because that's the only place we're checking right now is the strings. So we'll do config strings equals new string. We can just do this test. Well, let's see. It's going to be new property name equals test option A. Property value will equal tested. And then I guess we could do a couple more just to make 100% sure it actually works. I get the feeling I may have to construct this somewhere else, and this is all like just preparation for the right place to construct it, but we'll figure out when we get there. Okay, it's very much a occasion, Kilo. I would agree. Be tested again. We'll do one more just to make sure. Test option C. Tested 3 times. Okay, so then it has all those config strings in there. I don't know if that's good enough. So we'll at least look at the UI here. I get the feeling it's not good enough, but I'll try to do a build and we'll just see if it does anything. And then worst case scenario, I think I just have to do a build and actually run it and make sure that the page is visible and I can test it that way. Yeah, 'cause it looks like right now we get absolutely nothing. But it is bound to observable data, so it may genuinely require this to be constructed in a different place.
Hey Medusa Justin, sup?
Sup with you,
Just
Medusa,
keeping an eye
welcome
on
in.
things here.
Hello,
What's on
hello.
your mind?
Okay, so then for that, all I need to do is add it as a tab on the root application. So in Avalonia Setobot, on my main view model, we have all of our view models here that get injected, because that's how I'm doing it. I'm just injecting them in advance. So then we would add the public, and then it's configuration view model. Where is it? Config. What did I call anything? Service configuration view model. VM. The inference is working pretty good today. That's neat. Just done taking care of IRL stuff for the day. Well, congrats on taking care of the real life. I have a few things I want to work on now. Actually, you might have some insight into this one. We'll see about that. Let's not give me too much credit, but we'll see. And then we'll add parameter so that we have it. Set the tab. I don't know if I'm even keeping up on this, but we'll keep doing this. Config, what do they call it? Service configuration VM. Okay, and then for the main window view, we just add the extra tab. And this will be configuration. Configuration. Service configuration VM. We'll do a build. Should be able to go to configuration tab now, and we see nothing for the time being. So I may just be able to test this in like runtime and see if it works out there. So let's just go ahead and boot up the Setobot agent. Or not Setobot agent. Let's boot up the artificial. No, not the artificial. I need to stop reading the first word. Just read the actual fucking thing. The Avalonia Setobot. We'll get that booted back up. God, it boots so fast. I love Avalonia. I love it. It's so fast. Okay, and then in configuration, yeah, so we currently see nothing. It would be really, really cool if we can get that to show something. So that's going to be the goal here. Maybe I'll try just passing some data directly to it and not do the test data stuff. But I'm not entirely convinced why this didn't work. Maybe I need to just declare it directly. So we'll take all of this.
Yeah, cool.
We'll say configurations doesn't get declared. And then we'll say configurations with a capital C gets set to all of this when we construct the view model. Let's see if that works. Let's see if it likes that
Please
guy.
stop talking, Real Sato.
Okay.
Right now, imagine yourself being about to watch ads in 30 seconds. Thankfully, you're in the reality where that's not happening. I bet you're thinking, wow, that Sehatolix guy is so cool. He hates ads like I do and doesn't make me watch them.
True.
Or, golly geez, I'm so happy there's no ads. I'm going to tip this streamer on Stream Elements and join their Patreon.
Stream Elements.
And follow and subscribe on all the platforms and watch. Like every day now. Wow-wee!
Wowee! That little wowee at the end. That was beautiful. That was a beautiful thing. Okay, so Medusa, you said, I'm trying to set up a stream from my laptop to my tower where I have OBS on my laptop streaming across local network where my tower can listen for it, feeding to OBS over there, hosting to Twitch. You may be able to look into something called Spout, but I don't know if Spout goes over the network.
Water.
I think there's a different one that goes over the network.
Water.
Spout over network. I can't remember what it's
Water.
called, but I can find it really quickly.
Drink it.
Maybe it does go over the network though. So Spout either way is for
Water.
yeah, it's for same device. NDI is what it's called. NDI.
Stop talking and drink.
Network device
Drink it now.
interface. And there's things for like sharing screens and stuff like that. I
Bro,
think
seriously, come on,
that's
drink water.
that's one thing I heard about. I don't know much about it, but that's one thing I've heard of.
Blah blah blah. Drink.
And yes, that's the one. NDI. N for nothing. N for number.
Drink. 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 Drink.
Checking it out. Let me know what you find. If you find anything interesting there. If it's not just some fucking paywalled thing, I'd be curious to know as well.
Drink water. Stop talking and drink.
I already did. You're hearing voices, son. I already did.
Blah blah blah. Drink. Actually, I believe you.
Thank you. Thank you, my son. Thank you. He's really awful recently. I've got to finish fixing his hearing. He's not hearing correctly. Can see that. Yeah, he's got some issues. Like I partly fixed, so I was using Vosk wrong. Basically the way Vosk works is like as you're listening to text in the timeline, when you're sampling for text, it is still keeping the original context of the whole thing as you're going. And each time you do, there's get like entry, like get partial and get result. When you get entry, it keeps everything in cache and keeps going. When you get result, it says, oh, okay, you wanted this here, everything deleted past this point, and then the inference continues from that point. So what ended up happening for me is I was getting single words and dumping the context. So I was causing it to like cycle memory really, really often, and also give me really terribly bad, like non-contextually relevant speech recognition results. So it's a lot better now. It's still not perfect, but it's significantly better on a word per word basis for actually recognizing what I'm saying. So that's been comforting. So now the issue is just making sure that my system still properly works for individual word detection. But yeah, I'll stop yapping about it. Thanks for listening to me yap about it. Okay, so we have our service configuration. It's not rendering on the app side. I tried running it this way and it still didn't render on the app side. Just out of curiosity, we'll breakpoint here and run this in debug because I want to make sure that we are hitting this constructor for sure. It's definitely happening. Like, we're absolutely hitting the constructor. Yeah, we are. Okay, we're totally good. So we're definitely hitting the constructor. That's all I need to see is that we're doing that. So then for whatever reason in configuration, we're not displaying anything. So over in our service configuration, let's see, let me close some things too. The axaml.cs could close, or function orchestrator for now can close. Hey, what's up, Dr. Flushfinger? Welcome in. Is it time for great things? Maybe. Yes, it is. Ooh. Hello, Seto, and hello, chat. Hope you have a successful and cozy evening. So far, it's so good. My brain's trying to move a little quick, but so far, it's good. It is time. That's a great emote. Rage out. That's great. Some of these. I tell you what, some of Twitch's emotes, they're actually good recently. How long ago did you start coding Setobot? And how tough would you say it has been? How did you come up with the idea? I mean, I started programming Setobot before I started streaming, funny enough. Like in an early console application, I was doing that before I even started streaming. And a lot of the difficulty for me was from a lack of understanding of C# and asynchronous systems. Like I didn't understand asynchronous systems. So like toughness is hard to evaluate because difficulty is only present in coding for the two fields of, do you know the things that you're trying to do in the first place, and do you know how to articulate to the machine what you want to do to solve the particular problem that you're having. So like for me, a lot of my issues fell into, I literally just don't know how C# works sometimes, and I'm not sure how to solve this problem because of that. So as I've gone on, I've gotten better at working on this stuff purely because I have a better fundamental understanding than I did years ago. But I just came up with the idea because and welcome in David Lockeson as well. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for chickening in. The idea just came from, like, I've mentioned this before as well. I didn't want to start streaming to a completely empty room with no one to talk to or roleplay off of, because I wanted to make sure that I had an opportunity to like demonstrate my character, like as a person, like be able to show people my personality. And for me, the easiest way to accomplish that was to build something that could hear me speaking and respond to it, and kind of give me something to banter with even when there were no people around. And that was the root origin idea behind Setobot, was just make something that gives me something to bounce off of when I'm feeling like I need to like redirect my own personal anxious energy as I'm trying to work on something in public. Because that was not, I've never done like presentations or working on anything in public before that. But yeah, that's the long-winded answer for all of that. But thank you for asking. Ended up in the streamer stream who made this Twitch emote. That's great. That's awesome. What a small world. That's so cool. So it seems like the Twitch commissioned a bunch of emotes from Twitch community for their hype emotes. That's so cool. That's very, very cool. How long have you been streaming? Almost 4 years now. Almost 4 years. Just a couple months away from 4 years. Today we added brute force to our self-written pen and paper system. Sounds legit. Why C#? Because it was used in Unity. That's why C#. I wanted to use Unity way back before I started working on the bot. Like that was the beginning of my learning journey, was I wanted to make video games. So I learned C# in Unity because Unity was the only game engine that could run on my computer like 15 years ago. Because you got to keep in mind, that's how long ago I started like learning stuff. Was like 15 fucking years ago. I'm very slow learning. But why hand models? It's a great question. I don't have an answer for that one. Also, Seto has glasses. That's why he can see sharp. True. True. Very, very true. So I'm not confident about this observable service configuration. I feel like that might not be the way to do this. We're not seeing the data yet. I don't want to lose hope on it, so I'm going to try and populate it with something during runtime and see if maybe we get a different result. Maybe. Maybe I could make a button that like refreshes the list or something like that. Like I'll try that. So instead of even doing the configurations here, what if we just say, I guess we could do configurations equals an empty collection if nothing else. And then we could have like a public async task refresh or default collection test. And then it needs to be a, oh, what's that dang thing called? Surely I have another view model open. Main window view model, relay command. That's what it is. Thank you, Community Toolkit. And then we'll just say configurations equals that. So then we'll see if maybe that makes some changes. Stop. I didn't realize it was still executing that. Okay, so now I just have to hook up a button. So inside of the view for this, we'll just add in our stack panel, button, and then the, what is it called? I think it's the command. Command equals, yeah, command equals, and then it's going to be default collection test. And that should work. Oh, command, I think. I think it appends the name command onto it. Do I save? Do I need to do a rebuild? Probably need to do a rebuild. Not a valid literal value yet. Just you wait. Not a valid literal for iCommand. Default. Let's see. Content, is it? Test. Button. Command. Gets or sets an iCommand. I can't remember if there's something else I'm supposed to use. I think it is the command, though. Hey, what's up, Mr. X65332? Welcome in. What are you doing? I'm working on my bot. I'm working on making some configuration UI. Basically, we wanted to get rid of talents called melee attack and range attacks, and now we have brute force, coordination, and if you feel particularly funny, perception, creativity, or crafting. Default collection test. This should be all I need to do. I can't remember if there's like an extra stage to this. Default service configuration view model. So we're in the correct view model. Let me look at the main window view here. Because I am using a button, right? I have all these relay commands. Select tab, toggle top bar, toggle sidebar. So I must be hooking those up. Oh, right, binding. Binding. It's got to be called binding, doesn't it? Binding default, right? Or command. What the hell do I do with this thing? I love it. I love it. I truly do. Text property, open pane, length. I've got buttons somewhere. I just need to learn. Service pages. Stream data editor. Surely I've got one there. We'll look at that. Surely I've got a... Yeah, binding. Oh, it's in curly braces. It's in curly braces. Why wouldn't it be in curly braces? I should know that. It's literally in the syntax of all this stuff. Binding, default. Yeah, there we go. Collection test command. Boom, we got there. I just had to read the code. Okay, so now it has a test button that theoretically I could use to potentially theoretically construct the collection and maybe display it on the screen, but I'm guessing that I've not wired this up correctly and it won't display on the screen. Yeah, I'm not, you know what? I'm not even seeing the test configuration UI in here. Where is it? Do I have the right thing hooked up to it? Leaderboard view, yeah, it's the wrong view model. It needs to be service configuration view. There we go. That'll certainly have an effect. And there, now we can see the button in this one too. Okay, let's try it again. Maybe it'll work this time. Try to get a system going with only 10 skills and 6 attributes, which isn't easy. Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to begin with something like that. Specifying the skills so broadly that everything is rollable is certainly a task. Exactly, like I wouldn't even know where to begin. Test button. Hey, look at that. We got some things. We got some things. Shared class and helpers, models, config string entry. So it's trying to pass me the type. It's trying to pass me the type right now. Maybe I can try running this in debug and like do some hot reloading of it. But either way, we've made progress. So we at least can create a test button that populates it, and I'll get it to the point where it shows the right stuff and we'll go from there. So config string. So item source, config string, text, binding, property name. And instead of, it just gave me silly stuff. Like, let's see, we'll debug in. Bump, 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 bump. So then it doesn't have a text entry at the top, and then it just has 3 config string entry like data types. It's showing me just the data types. Observable service configuration. So I think the specifying the data type here isn't the play. Doesn't seem to be getting me the result I'm looking for, but then we don't have the binding for property name. Because if we look at it, I would think that the context would be for the tree data template, knowing that it's an observable service configuration, which would mean we're looking at our config strings collection. If I get rid of this guy, does it freak out about it there? So it doesn't freak out about it there. What if we put this down here just to check? I just want to check these things. So observable service configurations. Then what if we did the... What if we just do this guy here and don't do this guy here? Config string entry. We'll save that. Make any positive changes? Doesn't look like it. Not yet, at least. Check out the multiple node types under the tree view documentation. I think that's exactly what you want. Also, do you want data type? You want data type, not X data type. Oh, really? It wasn't liking when I tried to just do data type. On the text block, at least. But maybe that's because I'm not supposed to be using it there. Okay, I'll try going back to that. So let's see. We'll get this back. We'll do just data type instead. Yeah, it seems to be accepting it as a type now. It wasn't previously. I think for this one, it does require it on the text field, though. Yeah, on the data templates or tree data template. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so then setting that... Let's try it again. Now, I could just read the documentation, and many people probably would learn faster from that, but I just like messing around with things and learning that way a little bit. But yeah, we'll definitely check the documentation for this. So we still can't get our property name. So what if we get rid of our data type now? If we get rid of this guy, just save it that way. Run it again. Are we actually hot reloading either? I think we are. I think I can trust the hot reload to do its job. So shared class and helpers, models, config string entry. So it's giving me a text block with the text of the config string entry type. So it's giving me the whole object, which is then boiling it down to its type. Tree data template. Yeah. So let's look at the multiple types. Let's look at that. Let's in general just look at more documentation. Probably would be a wisdom had. To bar when it is needed. Yes. Expansion events. See also. Okay, let's see. Item template. The item template contains a data template which will be applied to individual items. It can be used to change how items look. Container panel to place items in. By default, this is a stack panel. That's cute. Okay, and you said I should check the multiple node types under the tree view documentation. Tree view documentation, multiple node types. I see useful properties, example, expansion events, and see also. Is it in the API reference? Under how to work with tree view section. Sorry, you are totally good. No worries. You're helping already. I don't even expect you to guide me at all or show me where anything is, so thank you. Yeah, there we go. I like their searching utility too. That is always good in documentation. Search utilities like that, beautiful. Basic hierarchical binding. So bind a tree view to a tree of view model objects using hierarchical data template. So observable collection folder item. And see, for me, it's just a little bit different because I'm also using community toolkit stuff. So I have to know when and where to like use the right types of bindings. So tree view, item source, binding root folders. Item template, item source is that. Text block, yeah, so this looks exactly the same. Tree data template is the key. Its item source property tells the tree view where to find child items for each node. Multiple node types. So using data template selector patterns with data type to display different node types. Okay. So folder node and file node. Yeah, so this is indeed exactly what I'm trying to do. So then tree data template, data type, local folder node. Oh, so I just have to pass. Okay, so I just pass a template for each one of them through here. Yeah, that makes complete and total sense. That absolutely makes sense. That's all we're doing. Is just I need to switch it up to have multiple templates. So data template, tree data template, data type, local folder, and then the item source binding children, which it's getting from here. And then it's doing observable collection objects. So it can take in fully dynamic objects. Oh, I could be doing this through just having an object and then defining it, but it would be too much trouble to do that. It'll be fine how we've got it. So that's so then I just need to have an observable collection of all the objects that everything gets lumped into, and then I just subsort it based off of that. So when it gets, okay, so then I'll have to fix this so that we're using the correct thing. I think that explains why, because this is in the wrong place. So this actually should be config string entry. That's what this should be here, because we're saying it should be a config string, right? Config strings does not exist on shared class and helpers models config string entry. Okay, yeah, it's gonna take me a little bit. We'll get there. I'll slowly understand these things. I always struggle tremendously with the UI and like logic behind assigning properties to things. Like XAML it's like very approachable, but for some reason for me it's not as intuitive as I would hope it would be. So tree data template, data type. So then they're doing the binding of the root items, tree view data templates, and then we're doing item source right away. So we would do binding configuration. So we're doing our initial tree view to get our configurations, which puts us at, can we go to you? Puts us at this level of things. So we're sitting at this level right now here. So at this point of the tree, we're defining the processor name basically. So we would have item source, item template. So then this is the item template for this guy specifically. And then we would have subtrees and sub templates for everything else. So we don't want to do the property name yet. We want to do the processor title, I think. So tree data template, item source. So then this should be, we're basing this off of the documentation. Sorry, I need to remember I don't have my scene switcher automatically on, so it's not going to close the UI for the web page if I don't close it. So then they're doing tree view data templates, and then in the collection they have one for both. So item source binding root items. So then the problem is I want to have stuff outside of this too. Like I want to just have a text block here. Can I do that? Will it let me? Yes. Okay, perfect. All right. So then this goes here instead. And then this becomes this guy, processor name. I would assume, because then we're stack panel, tree view, item source, binding configurations. We'd have to do the, right, we have to do the item template for, okay, so, so it has to be the type for this guy. Tree data template. Yeah, we just do this. There we go. So the data template for the entire tree is this. And then we get our processor name, right? Let me, I close the core application. So then the idea is going to be that we have our processor name for each main section, and then we have a separate tree view inside of it. And then that tree view, no, because we can't be inside of the tree data template. I hate it. I hate it. It's going to take me time. It should show if you run it. You're probably right. You're probably right. So I wish they showed this like contained in something else. They're just showing it directly pointed at the collection. But I just need to take more time to understand it. Maybe I'll work on more back-end stuff too if this continues to stump me. But I would like to be able to have configurations in today. So data type, local folder node. Yeah, so this is just item source binding root items. So where are you declaring this base class so that I can see? You don't show me. Item source binding root item. So tree view, item source. So that's our root items collection. Tree view, data templates. So the problem for me is I'm like failing to abstract it in my brain because I don't have one object with one collection with varying types. I have one object with 3 collections of specific types. So I could theoretically just make it an observable collection of object and then determine which type it is. And that might work. And then we just have to ignore the processor name, but then I also have to like subtype everything back to make it output for the service configuration, which should be fine, arguably. Why did it show the wrong tab there also? It started
the human
showing
body
the
is a delicate alchemical balance of carbon, hydrogen,
because I hit
nitrogen,
control tab,
calcium,
that's why.
phosphorus, and trace amounts of other
Ooh,
elements.
water. Yeah,
Above
water's
all,
good.
It is composed of roughly 60% water, and as such must be constantly replenished with this vital essence to sustain the alchemical balance of life. My brother in Christ, drink water. Drink, 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 drink. Drink water.
I will drink some water. I drank the water. I'll drink some coffee.
Water. I don't believe you.
I already did. You're going to have to believe me because I already did. You have no choice now. You have to believe me.
Seriously, come on.
I already did.
Water.
I already did. I already did. Believe
Actually,
templates
I
will
believe
create
you.
a tree data template with for each
Time
collection
for a
and then a
posture
regular
check.
data template for each config
Sit up
type.
and
Yeah, I'll have to.
stretch.
I just need to be patient and like not get too flustered when it doesn't immediately intuit for me. You're likely right. Tree view data templates likely does, and then the thing that I'm struggling with is like the root object and mapping that correctly. Kilo, thank
I
you for that
remind you
posture
about
check
this
as
a
well.
lot already, but please
My
drink
brother
some
in
water.
my bro in Christ, seriously, drink some water. I don't believe you.
Don't
Fine.
ignore me.
I'll drink even more water,
Drink
Medusa T.
water
Dustin.
now.
I'll do this.
Drink, 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 drink. I don't believe you.
I already did.
Actually, I believe you.
And really quickly, because I drank so much water, some of it's got to go. Some of it's got to go. So give me just a minute. I'll be right back in just a sec. And then with the refresh of my brain, I'm magically going to be able to solve this. Just a brief walk away from the computer and a walk back, and it's all going to make perfect sense. It's going to integrate into this noggin here, and I'm going to produce viable code. So I'll be right back. Thank you all so much for hanging out, and I'll return
I don't
in just a
believe
sec.
you.
Good times. So anyways, Fake Sado here. Yo, that's right, it's me, Hype Sahatolix. I'm here to absolutely boost the energy of this space. Woo! Are you excited? Anybody? Just me? Ah, tough crowd. Anyways, this is a moment of comedic relief from whatever trash heap of a task real Sato is up to right now. What an absolute poser. Imagine pretending to be the real Sahatolix, who is me, by the way. How ridiculous.
Oh man, did I miss Fake Seto? I think I just missed Fake Seto, didn't I? Damn it. I'm always keen to know what kind of unhinged shit Fake Seto is saying out there today, and more particularly how his voice goes. He claims to be real. It's all a lie. I would know. He's definitely lying to you. For he comes from me in the end. He is my voice, my creation. Man, imagine if you could run. I mean, I'm sure people have the hardware for it, but imagine if you could run a local speech model that had the clarity and like power of 11 Labs. Like that would be terrifying. I would love something like that for my stream though, because then I could make like an actual voice for Setobot. I think he is gonna have to change voices at some point. I need to find a good speech engine to like mess around with that I can fully self-host and not worry about issues with in the future. But either way, I've stepped away. My brain is refreshed by means of not looking at the screen for a whopping singular minute. Now all the genius cells are activated, and we can crush this task. And welcome in, Max. What's up with you, dude? How you doing? Welcome to the most poppinest dev stream in the West. Welcome to the most poppin' stream in the West. I should start having that kind of energy no matter what, honestly. I really should. Maybe that would help. I like that nodding emote. That's really good. The fast nod. That's where it's at. When it's fast enough that it hurts if you try to copy it. Doing fine. How about you? Looks really calm today. It's a chill time, Max. I think you can leave it to me to make such commentary because it doesn't hurt when I make the commentary. It feels different when other people observe it. It's kind of like saying you have a hole in your stomach. It's like, yeah, I'm aware I have a hole in my stomach. Okay, so the goal, get our configurations to show in the application using the tree view. I think I'm going to combine everything into one singular list of objects. Yeah, I think you're right, NetStriker, and I need one list of objects, and then I just export everything out from it. I may want to not even do the observable service configuration. I think instead of doing that and having that observable object, what I should do is at the root level of this, observable service configuration. The only problem is I need the processor separation. So I could just make it so the config string entry itself has the processor name, has the owner name. Anyway, how have you been doing? I'm doing really good, Max. I've been having good times lately. I'm really excited about the bot dev stuff too. Like getting this bot forward and actually usable is like, aside from the game dev, my main goal right now is to get this thing up and running because it unlocks so many potentials for me to do new things, especially with the locally hosted LLM stuff and not using cloud compute for that anymore. It opens up a lot of doors that otherwise would have been closed due to like fear for protecting people's privacy. Because like, it's one thing, you already send messages here, you're voiding your privacy with me to some degree, but I still hate the idea of like having somebody send a message to Setobot and having it go up to OpenAI's API and then it's just rattling around in their servers and databases, right? Like, who knows how long they actually keep it? They disclose a certain amount of how long they keep things, but who's to say? So for me, it feels a lot smarter and a lot safer and a lot more reasonable for me then to be like, okay, if I'm hosting locally, you are going to be seen by the bot. And like, that's part of the experience here. That's what I've intended. Like the facilitation for people to exit interaction with the bot has mostly been to appease concerns. But like, I want everybody to be able to be said hello to by the bot. I want everybody to be able to talk to him and use the point system without that being a thing. Where like you've opted out so you can't even use the point system. Like the whole new system is going to be relying on like opting into memory, but he'll be able to see you. And if you don't like that, then don't chat in my stream. That's going to be the way I handle it. Because I've learned that some people just use the opt out as like a veil of like, oh, you can't see me in your system. But yeah, I don't like that aspect of things. And welcome in, TVD Gamer. How you doing? Good afternoon to you as well. So we could have a public string owning processor, right? So if we did this, if we had an owning processor, then suddenly we could unpack everything into a list. And then we would know to just pack it and send it back. And yo, thank you for the 7 stream streak, TBD Gamer. Holy, another week almost in the bag. Thank you so much for hanging out, dude. Thank you. That's incredible, because I know you're a busy guy. Thank you so much for sharing your time with me here in the first place. People use the opt-out. I think I've never seen anyone actually use it. There's only a couple people that have, and one of them is like they still hang out and like it's not a big deal. But for others, it's been like a oh, make sure I'm fully deleted from your database kind of thing. And like that's something I will allow for, but like it's not that big of a deal. You're sending messages on Twitch. Like if you're that concerned about your data being stored for even like the session, which is how it's going to work, is it will be for the session. Unless you opt into history tracking, it's going to forget you completely. All the things you've said to Setobot, the only thing it will keep is like your points that you've earned and the transactions for that throughout the day. Things that are required for like data upkeep, basically. Yeah, bro, indeed. But yeah, it's water under the bridge, you know, these things. And it could just be me misinterpreting the intention as well. So I try not to, I don't want to be too harsh about it. Considering all the things that are tracked on you just using the site, drop in the ocean. Absolutely, yeah. Like, so I'm going to be softening my rules around the data retention stuff, but also I'm not sending it to cloud services anymore. So I feel like the privacy protection is like way better already, because I'm not going to fucking do anything with the data other than make Setobot talk to you. That's it. So configurations, observable service configuration. So we could change this to a list of object, or an observable collection of object that becomes our configurations. And then a little bit of things get broken, but we should just be able to add the entries from the configurations. Yeah, so it's gonna change these methods up a little bit. Let's focus on just getting things displayed, and then I'll figure out how I want to handle configuring it and all that stuff. Okay, so it breaks this guy. So this now needs to be individual config strings. String config. I can't remember how do I do this to myself? Config string entry. So then we're only going to want these config string entries. Max said, saw a video of a YouTuber downloading their Google data over the past like 20 years. They said that Google has about, 500 or so gigabytes of data on them. Yeah, and that's probably still not even all of it, because that's only counting like the raw data directly attributable to you. That doesn't count, like, at least I imagine, maybe it does count derived data as well. Maybe it does count like derived information about you. Yeah, it's kind of, it's wild times out there. And especially with the advent of all this new automation and data analytics technology, a lot of stuff is getting pretty interesting. Have you ever looked at the estimated size of YouTube video storage? Oh God. Oh God. I've never done so. Has to be in the exabyte range. Said it was everything they got on them. Okay, so now we're passing like config string entries. I feel like I should pass a few of the other things too. And we need to spoof some owning processors. Processor A. We'll have 2 with A and a couple with B. And then we'll do a config bool entry. And the value will be true. And then we'll do one for false. And then the config bool entries need the owning processor. And there's one more config. And we'll just have all 3 of the types in here so we can test it all, because it will all be needed. Set a bool int entry 69 and 1337, because why not? We'll do something like that. It was in the exabyte range. Can't find the link I used last time, but 500 gigabyte of personal data, considering the suggestion, smells right. That's just so wild. Literally showed a folder with all their Google Assistant voice recordings. Isn't that lovely? Oh my God, that's so terrifying, dude. Oh man. Oh, makes me so glad that I don't really use the speech assistant technology. I've always had a severe aversion. I'm sure they're listening to me right now anyways, and it doesn't even matter, but at least they're doing so without my fucking consent, you know? So somehow that's better in my universe. It's better that the corpos are doing so illegally, because I may someday be part of a class action lawsuit or something. Maybe I'll get something someday, so it's fine. For that $7, you better believe it. You better believe it. All $7 of that class action settlement. I've always found that so ridiculous.
Oh yeah, we've settled for $50 million to like 45,000 no, sorry, 450,000 people. So you get a couple bucks.
And it's literally the equivalent of a slap on the pinky, just like tapping your pinky gently for that company most of the time. It's like not even a consequence. 500 hours of video uploaded to YouTube every minute. Man, they've really made a choice that led them down a road, didn't they? That's the way I'm going to think about it, because I think that applies the least amount of malice to the eventuality we've ended up in. They really went down a road, didn't they? Okay, so then we have our default collection test command that we can run. Then we have all of our configurations, which is now a list of objects. So then referring again to the working with tree view, referring to our documentation as seen above. Can I get it to referring to my referring to one moment. Please wait. Please hold. There we go. Jeez. I love how difficult capturing a browser window is sometimes. For some reason, I can't capture the window itself. I have to open a blank tab and then capture it, and then everything works. It's probably something that I've done in the configuration that's wrong, though. Like, as I've learned, anything I whinge about, very high chance it's just me misconfiguring the software and using it wrong. Okay, so we're doing our data templates. So then tree data template with our types. So we'll just copy this over really quickly. So then tree view data templates. Data templates. So tree view data template, and then we have the individual declaration for it, it looks like. Let's get rid of this. So then these would get changed to my model types and all that stuff. So we would have, did it delete it? Models, config string entry. Why does it want to auto-complete it like that? And then it'll be property. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now we can get the correct thing. So item source we don't need to do. Tree data template, models, config string entry. Stack panel, path icon. Yeah, and we don't need this stuff. The path icon at least. And then the binding is going to be the property name. So we'll do text block of property name and the text block of the processor, the owning processor. Although this should be grouped in the end, so it's going to be weird. I don't know. It's going to be a little bit weird, but we'll test it anyways just to see if it works. So if we just do that one, well, I guess we have to do all of them. For anybody coming in, I'm trying to like build a sort of like distributed configuration display so that like my sub processes can pull the core with information that they have about their own settings, and then the core can display UI that you can go through and change things in, and then when you change things and hit submit, it will report that configuration back to the sub module and change its basic state, and probably have it save that locally so that it reapplies it between sessions. You okay there, Gus? We'll find out. We'll see with time. It's hard to tell. Some days are better, some days are worse. Something like that. Saw a video from a YouTuber made amazing file sharing server. Even accounts and all that shiz. Cool. This feels like it reads like an ad. I know you're just like telling me about the thing. It reads like an ad. So that's cool. It's a file sharing system
Yeah,
with
cool.
accounts and open source and stuff like that. Set it up in your Pi. Nice. Hell yeah. Nice. That it literally reads like an ad though, Max. I gotta let you know, dude. It literally. I know you're just excited about it, but it truly reads like someone might as well give you $5 for posting that in a chat room. So binding root items. So then it's just saying tree data template. When I talk about DigitalOcean, I sound the same way. Config string entry, config bool entry. Stop putting that in there. Config int entry. And then can we get the value too? So it'd be text field or text box. Text box, that's what it's called. We'll do something like that. So then we'll have text box, text equals, or is it, I can't remember, I think we just do the binding, right? Binding, and then it's gonna be value for this guy. And then I don't know if we can do like a number field. I know we can do like toggle or whatever. Toggle switch value is on is checked. There we go, is checked. Property name. Oh, and it'll be value, binding value. That takes care of that one. But yeah, I don't know why it's showing these right now. That makes me a little bit nervous. Okay, so then binding, owning processor. Need to wrap them all into data templates. Oh yeah, I see. It does have the data templates layer. I forgot. You're right. So there should be tree view data templates.
Wow, big surprise, you forgot.
Excuse me? Should be having this guy at the end. Yeah, there you go. That explains it. Thank you. Thank you. That perfectly explains that. Okay, so then the last one is, do we have like a number, numeric up, down? We can use numeric up, down. Value, binding, value. Okay, so theoretically that would give us all of our fields. Theoretically. Huge emphasis on theoretically. Diagnostics analyzer, that's fine. You're always crashing. Visual Studio is always crashing stuff on me. I don't know if it's just how terribly I set up my projects or what, but it's always got something warning me that some inference layer has crashed or something has broken and there's no stack trace for it. I think it's probably just a skill issue on my part. Okay, so it boots up.
Water time.
Water
Drink
time.
it. Don't make me make you.
We hit the test button. Hey, there we go.
My brother in Christ, drink water.
There we go. It's serving all of the stuff. It do appear to be working.
Water.
So then that's the basic idea, but it needs to be broken up one layer so that I need to make it work with the named differentiation. There needs to be some sort of sub collections. It's serving C word.
Drink water. My brother in Christ, drink water.
I already did.
Actually, I believe you.
Yeah, we're hashtag slaying out here. Hashtag vibing, hashtag greatest stream. Okay, so that gives us the ability to see all the values. Everything's wired up correctly. The problem with this ultimately is that it only is displaying everything as like decoupled. So I don't know what systems these are for. There's no organization. So what I'm looking for in the end is to take what I've learned, what I've gleaned from this so far, what I've been guided towards so far, we could say, and apply it to the tree view and try to figure out how we can get this behavior where we have my main processor that is the name here and then settings underneath it, because that's what I'm looking for ultimately. So we're partway there, but I cannot use this by itself as just a singular collection of empty, or a singular collection of objects. So I think what needs to happen is I do need to use the observable service configuration, and it needs to just have a singular collection of object, and I need to figure out how to make that work appropriately for everything. I'll go ahead and exit build mode, and I'm not even going to worry about well, I guess it can just be settings equals a collection of non-editable dot config strings concat non-editable config bools concat. Oh, let's see, do I have to do it here? Bools ints. There we go. Slap a semicolon on there. Can I do comma separation and do multiple collections in this? No, looks like no. Those sleigh emotes are so good. That's iconic. Iconic. They ate. Man, there's so many modern terms that I'm just like, man, why are we doing this? Why are we eating? Why does eating mean they did well? What's going on? Not contain a definition for concat list config bool entry. Using system link. Config strings concat does not contain a definition of concat, and the best extension method overload requires receiver of type. So then we just do toList. What am I doing wrong here, man? Probably everything, you know? Sometimes you're just doing everything wrong and your best isn't good enough. You know? Sometimes I just do be that way a little bit. Add the extra parenthesis here. So this guy says it's got a problem. It says using system link, but that seems to be a lie. So what if we do concat toList on this guy? What if we do that there? It doesn't care. It hates me. We cannot seem to concatenate them together. Probably because they're different types. So we would have to cast it. We'd have to cast it to a list, basically. I don't suppose I can just put a comma separation and then do non-editable. Does that work? Does that work? Sorry, I'm really zoned into this. I'm just trying to see. Before someone smart is probably, there's probably at least one person that's like, actually, you can do this. Seto. Stop suffering. No, let me suffer. Integers. There we go. Cool, that does work. Took me a second to parse iconic. Maybe concat. Looks like I found a different way. It probably does the same thing in the back end. I definitely needed to cast, but yeah, this works where I'm surprised this works, but it does. So we can comma separate the range operated parts of the collections. So I'm just saying configuration strings, like all of configuration strings, all of configuration bools, all of configuration integers. Shove this all together. That's cool. Yeah, it's some interesting syntactic sugar, that's for sure. It's very syntactical. It's yeah, it's something. So now let's go ahead and close that guy.
Yeah,
Oops, I
cool.
closed the wrong thing. Does it want to go back for me? No, it doesn't care where I've been. Okay, so now in our service configuration view model, we need to not have it be an observable collection of object, but be the observable service configuration, which then has the collection of object. So we'll see. So we set it up as this. This is going to break again. Observable collection. Yeah, then it breaks. So it's going to be new. Well, let's see. So then it's going to be the service configuration. Yeah, so now I have to break these. I have to break these apart a little bit. So let's move them down here and just comment them out for the time being. So we're going to pretend that we have a few orchestrators already ready. So new observable service configuration. If it doesn't have a default constructor, we're going to give it one. Yeah, we're going to give it one. So silly to have to specify that, but here we are. Okay, and then we're doing the processor name. We'll do test. Let's see, processor A. And then it's going to have the value of tested and the property name and all that stuff. Or no, we'll then have our list, our values, our settings equaling a observable collection. So then we take these here, and the string entries no longer need the owning processor name. We don't have to worry about that. So no more owning processor names, because they're tracked in the main object again. And then we should just be able to take these guys and say, let's see, these ones were for the first processor. So we'll just grab these up, throw them in there. Oops. And then get rid of our owning processor bit. Love multi-line editing. Bump, 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 bump. Okay, and then we'll just do this for the rest of them. Although we probably don't need as many, but we can still do this.
Hey, it's me, the fake
Whoa,
Sahith
he's
Helix.
crackly.
How's it going?
Whoa.
Ads are off, but my harassment is unending. Hey chat room. Hey chatting people in the chat. Are you having a good time? Imagine how much worse it'd be with an advertisement for a gambling company or a hair loss supplement. Wait, actually, real Sahith Helix is starting to go bald in his 30s. Maybe he could use that ad after all.
Maybe I could. Might be right. I wouldn't use it, but I could probably use the ad. I'll be honest, I'm not going to put like random chemicals on my head to try and keep my hair. I'm just going to let it go. I was joking with Casual last night about how at some point it's going to reach a level where it's like, it's going to be kind of better if I just shave my head. It's going to reach that point. I'll reach a day where I'm like, hey, we gotta put me down. We gotta put the hair down. It's gotta go. But I hope that what's gonna happen is it's just gonna pause where it's at for a while, because I know you all care very, very much about me going bald. I know it's super important to all of us here. Then you'll be like Heisenberg, I am the one who bots. That's a dangerous arc. Very dangerous arc. Okay, and then we had one more for the number values, I think. Got the local network OBS over to OBS. It was NDI. Thanks for the lead. No problem, Medusa. I'm glad you got it working. Very, very glad you got it working. And I'm glad to know that NDI is the solution for that stuff. Does it seem to be like really good latency wise and all that? It's exciting. Hell yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Processor D. Okay, there we go. So now they've got all their values hooked up. So they're all set up the way they were. So if we go back to the view, so now we just have to figure out how to add one layer of depth to this. So we need one singular layer deeper on this. So we have our tree view of our configurations. So this will technically be settings inside of the observable. It will be called settings. So this guy gets called settings. And then we need a tree view items source equals binding configurations. So we've got this guy here then. Binding configuration. So we need the curly brace at the end. Okay. And then I think we need to let the template then know what type we have. So then we do tree data template. And inside of the template, all of this stuff goes. So the entire secondary tree goes into our tree data template, where we then have tree view. Oh, wait. No, it has to be tree view data templates. And then, no, we can just do the one. That's right, because we're doing only one type, so we can get away with the tree data template, and we just have to appropriately designate the type. So then type, data type is going to be equal to our observable service configuration. So that would be bot dev again, 3 days in a row. I've been enjoying the bot dev, JF Gerard. It's been it's important to get this stuff going to a certain point, because once I've got it where it needs to be, I can start easily adding new features to it, and it'll stop getting in the way of my game development. Because that's the problem right now, is there's so many things that are broken and have been broken, and they're just continuous distractions for my brain. My entire consciousness hinges on all of the stress points of things that don't work in this stream. So I need to fix it. And thank you for the 7 stream streak. Thank you, JF Gerard. Thank you for hanging out. For my best guesses, you're already bald, so I technically can't see any difference. Just joking. Damn. Sending my camera feed over instantly. That's so cool. Well, I'm glad it works. Thank you for asking
Wow,
around here,
you think
and I'm glad it
saying damn
works.
is cool. How juvenile.
Damn cool. Data type.
Yeah, cool.
So then it's going to be our observable. Oh wait, no, we don't need the curly braces. Observable service configuration. This guy. And then we would pass another tree view item source binding settings, and it seems to be okay with that one. But then we get lost here. Right, because we don't have the owning processors. No, I think this works. I think I did it. I think we got there, folks. I think we maybe possibly got there. Let's see if it works. It probably won't, but we'll see anyways. I'm being overzealous in testing before I've actually reviewed everything. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it should be pretty neat getting the new bot going. So I've just been very focused on it on the stream, because it's been a little bit easier to work on during the streams recently. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds about right. Gotta test. Okay, yeah, so unfortunately we get Avalonia markup, XAML templates, tree data templates. So we've got the wrong thing there. This guy is not right. Let me look at the thingy on their documentation again. Treeview.item template, and then tree data template. Okay. So tree data template goes after the item template. There we go. Okay, we're back to seeing nothing, which is surprisingly what we want. We want to see nothing here, because that means it's not incorrectly serializing anything. Okay, we've got the moment of the truthing. We've got the moment of truthing happening. It works! There we go. Okay, we're seeing the fields. They're in a group. We can see they're now in groups. This is good. Okay, this is certified progress. So now they're grouped together. So all I need to do is make sure that the data templates did I run it in debug too? I did. Okay, cool. So we're seeing this. That's great. I wish it moved with the position on screen. Progress! God, that face! Oh man. Young man Poggy. That is incredible. That's such a good edit. Holy. How'd your presentation today, Max? Nice. Feel like I crushed it.
Yeah,
Left no question
cool.
unanswered. We bit nervous at the beginning, but I managed to ride it out. Now I just have to wait up 3 weeks to get my grade. Well, I hope all goes good, and I hope you hear back good news on the team finding front as well. I know that was something you mentioned like right as you were taking off, and I don't know if you heard my response to it, but I hope things are going well in that, or that you hear back and things are good. Man, Vinny Vine Sauce, he's got some emotes. I'll tell you that. Medusa said, the amount of times I was messaging my boss as I was solving something. Oh, it's this. I got it. Wait, actually hold. Okay, yeah, it's that. No, I found it's actually this. Wasn't that either. I try my best to not jump the gun, but sometimes I get so stoked that I'm like, okay, it's gotta work now. It's gotta work now. And I routinely embarrass myself that way, but it's funnier for me. Honestly, it's funnier. Okay, so then we'll do another text block here. So text block, and then, oh no, it doesn't like being there. It has to be here, but it doesn't like being there either. Where do I put my text block for you? So they're contained within here. Tree view, item source. Does it go there? Do we put text block here? Yes. I think maybe text equals binding processor name. There we go. Right? Oops. Edit. Let's not break. Forgot my curly brace. Save that. Serve it again. Does it change? Does it want to hot reload? Do you be doing the hot reloading? I may have to rebuild for it. I'm gonna try to rebuild just to see. It may require full rebuilds for stuff like that. I'll try again. It's the best, honestly. He's definitely, it feels like some of the folks who've been around, they've been able to find those like really killer artists and hook them up with work, and then you just see some of the most incredible emotes out of that. Processor A, there we go. Okay, now we're seeing processor A, B, C, and D, but we can't actually open or close them. I think by default, there's something we're gonna have to change for this. So let's refer again to the documentation, but it seems like things are working. We're moving in the right direction. Maybe by the end of the day, we'll even have configurable services, and I'll be able to get the drink tea redeemed to know that I'm drinking coffee today. We'll see how it goes. I think I just barely missed it. It's going, I haven't heard from them in the last 2 days. And Monday is the last day I'll be in the office before the due date, so I guess I'll see then. Well, I'm wishing you the best, Max. And I'm glad either way that the academic side of things, the presentation side of things is going good. That one's sick. Yeah, the like orbital laser. I don't know how people get like such beautiful detailed frame rates out of the GIFs on Twitch. I'm still trying to figure that out for my emote rendering. Every time I feel like I'm at a good level with it, I see other emotes. I'm just like, damn, those are so much smoother than mine. How do they do it? But that just good old fashioned frame by frame animation there is what that one looks like. Okay, let me see. Let me open this up again. Some artists are just mad lads. They truly are. They truly have the skills that pay the bills. They've honed their craft. Okay, so then item source, border brush, current radius, binding title, item template, item source. So why does theirs show a collapsible and mine do not be showing that? I wonder if this is slightly out of sync with how things are, or if selection mode multiple, tree view margin 10, item source selected items, selection mode multiple. I assume that stuff's all defaulted. Jam is very smooth. Well, I'm glad you like it. Those are some of the more recent versions of things as well. So I'm finding my way to it, but I don't know. Some of those emotes out there are just so damn smooth. It's like something with the way that they're rendering at a specific frame rate, and it works best with the GIF displaying in a web page. Cool. Then you get to these like absolutely frame perfect animations. This is guy who streams who used to work on Brackenwood on Newgrounds. Oh, that's a name I haven't heard in forever. And his emotes are like fluid, liquid, smooth. Holy bitey, I was obsessed back in the day. I I haven't thought of Brackenwood in such a long time. Such a long time. Oh my god. You're obsessed with that? Me too, dude. Oh man. Oh, I'm so far away. I'm so far away now from that person I was all the way back then when I loved stuff like that. I barely even remember being that person nowadays. Want to buy a domain, which sounds really sketchy, like not a total scam, but it's also currently just a waste of money. God, adult money is amazing, but it also sucks. Yeah, you gotta develop the self-control patterns. Those are very fluid smooth. Those are legit. Did I just miss a collective enlightenment? Nah, I don't know about collective, but definitely it was a thing. Some of the best animations that I ever saw on Newgrounds when I was a kid. Like really, really, really high quality, frame by frame, like pushing the technology of Macromedia Flash back in the day. And then I think it was Adobe Flash. Friends and I love Bitey. When I found him on here, I was like, oh my god, yeah, that's so cool. I didn't realize he was on here. That's really, really cool. Man, that's kind of strange. That's really, really cool though. Actually working on a Brackenwood movie. Holy. Oh, that's awesome. So how do we get this guy to collapse? Tree view. Classes, clip to bounds, corner radius, cursor, display member binding, flow direction, focusable. Is there like a collapse? Open, is enabled, is visible, display member binding. How do I control the fold out though? But yeah, look at this. I get these continuously. Just continuously. I get internal errors with stack traces. I kind of want Visual Studio to just stop telling me about them. Honestly, because it's just like, I don't know what to do with that. I guess I could actually look at the stack trace for once in my life and try to figure out what the hell is happening, but that would be ridiculous. That would be absurd for me to actually look into the issue that the IDE is trying to tell me about. Come on now. Used to play a lot of Flash games, but I've never been on Newgrounds. It's because you are a wee baby lad. You're just a little bitty baby in the world. Newgrounds was before your time, Max. And I mean that with the most respect. It's just, it was genuinely before your time. I can't seem to deselect C, or it's like acting as if it's uncollapsed when it's not. So why can't we open these guys?
I bet you haven't drank a single cup
D:
of water yet. Maybe start sipping.
It's true though, dude. It's true. It's like a whole generation ago,
Drink.
if not multiple, that shit was
Drink.
interesting to people.
Are you drinking yet?
Newgrounds is like, I think people still use Newgrounds, but it's probably like holdouts
Bro,
from the
seriously,
original
come
community.
on, drink water.
Yeah,
Blah,
I would
blah,
wager.
blah, drink.
I already did. I would wager it'll continue to exist and be online.
Stop talking and drink.
I already did.
Actually, I believe you.
Because I think, didn't they find ways to monetize and stuff like that? Like, I'm pretty sure they found a way to become a sustainable ecosystem over there. And that's probably why they're still here now. Here, oops. I mean, haha, oops, how'd that happen? I'll join you guys. Hell yeah. Double down. We only double down in this house. Damn it. There it is. There it is. I managed to win 3 times in a row. Wow, I still have points after that. I won enough that my double down didn't destroy me completely. No. Rip points. Rip points. Can I double down if I lose? Yes, you can always double down after a bet. You only get the 1, but you can always double down, win or lose. Shit, it happens. You're gonna be okay. We'll get through this. So why this guy no active? Why no active? Yeah, what's up, Irad? How you doing? Hello, Irad. Welcome to the Strimble. Welcome to the Strimble. Hope you're very, very well. What about a triple down? There will be no triple down. Double or nothing. C# view model. I wonder if it's because I don't have a selected nodes thing. I wonder if maybe it doesn't like that. But like they are showing fold outs and mine does not have the fold out. By default, the root node or node is shown. User can expand or contract each node by clicking on the adjacent arrow. Mine doesn't have arrows. Does that mean they're not getting contents fed to them? Clicking on the node title selects the item on touch and pen devices. I wonder if because I am putting in a text block, if it's not doing the tree view afterwards. Do I have to do like stack panel? Do I have to do like a vertical stack panel to get these guys to cooperate here? Let's see, where would you go? Stack panel, text block, tree view data templates. No, yeah, it would definitely not. I would think it would definitely not be there. Yeah, it's got to be that this is not the right place to put the processor name. Let me see what they're doing in theirs. So they just have title and then subnodes. So they just display the title. Tree view, item template, tree data template. Oh, it's probably the title probably goes somewhere else. Item source, border, text block, text binding, title. Yeah, that's so they're getting away with it because all they're putting in there as content is the title. My brain cells, all 2 of my brain cells. Iran, what you got going on? This is always a good question. It's always interesting to know what Irad's been up to. I know he's kicking ass on that typing game. That game is looking sick. Tree view, item template. Item template of observable service configuration. So this just to show proof of concept does actually work. We are able to display components in this. Let me boot it up just to prove it's real. So we can press the button and it shows all the stuff. It's showing these collections. For whatever reason though, they do not have a collapsible icon anywhere attached to them. So in the demonstration there, it shows a little collapsible symbol, but we don't have that. So not quite sure what's going on. But I will hopefully find it. 2, I thought you had at least 4. They're burned out. They burned out. They're straight up dead. We're operating on what's left. That's how this works. We're in survival mode. Binding settings, so tree view, item source. Then we build our new tree view here. So what if I put my stack panel there and we have the tree view inside of that guy and then we've got our title atop the stuff, right? Yes. I think yes. Perhapsingtons. Ooh, those colorful emotes. Brain cell with RGB. Oh, it's in brain cell. That's so good. I love that. Boom's great. Boom's got some great emotes. Hey, there we go. Okay, so now we've got the text. So why don't we have a collapsible? What's with that? What's with that, home slicer? And then we need a scroll view as well. Yeah, we need a scroll view for this guy. Scroll viewer. I don't know how that's going to work. Let's just throw this around it and see what happens. Do the old light bulb trick. Just flick them, and then they should connect for a short duration again. And if you're very lucky, they're well back together, and you can use them for a little longer. I'll have to give that a try. Maybe if I pass a strong enough, like, brainwave through my own cranium. Maybe if I conduct enough mental neural energy, I can reconnect some nodes. That would be useful, honestly. Finishing my job with my previous work. I was supposed to be done in January. I'm working outside of the contract, but I promised it. Oh, well, I hope you can get things done very quickly, Irad. And good on you for being a man of your word. That is incredible. That's such an incredible emote. Just a massive brain. That's so good. Had a lighting fixture that had bulbs. Oh, let's see. Let me show this as well. Just for... So we're not showing the little droppy down guy. We don't have that. Maybe it has to do with the fact that they're not like sub lists, so it's not automatically adding the collapsible. But if that's the case, I'll just have to add my own collapsible around the stack panel and make it work that way. I think I can do that pretty easily. That shouldn't be much of a challenge. We'll need a different component for that. Toggle button, stack panel, scroll viewer. Which one is it? Cannot place a scroll viewer inside a control that has infinite height or width depending on the scrolling direction, such as stack panel. To avoid this problem, set a fixed height or width or max height, max width on the scroll viewer, or choose a different container panel. Okay, so part of it is I probably need to have a max height equals, like, we'll say 420, and then max width. All right, we don't need to call it max width. We'll say like 720. And then we'll see if that at least shows a scroll box. Had a lighting fixture that had bulbs that were almost impossible to replace, and the bulbs have been burned out for the past 3 years. Kept them alive by aggressively flicking them ever since. That's probably not good for your electrical, but hey, if it works, it works. Hopefully you can wrap that up, because that pressure can suck, and obviously the obvious, working for no money isn't fun. You're telling me, Medusa T. Dustin. But sometimes you do it for the hustle. Maybe Irad's out there for the hustle, you know. I think you only need one tree view. Maybe. All templates defined under the top level tree view data templates collection. I can give it a try. I'm pretty sure I do need it though. Because it loses context. Like if we don't do the... We'll try it. Yeah, because then it says that we don't have the context correctly for this. Wait, no, I'm deleting the wrong thing. Keep our main one. Keep our main tree view. Tree view item template. Why are you yelling at me now? Wait, what? Sir, why are you yelling at me? I didn't change anything. There we go. I had to save. They have been kind. It's a researcher group and are actively trying to find a way to finance me the last effort anyway. Oh, that's so sweet. Plus, I want this to be polished and a possible showcase for finding my next job. Yeah, it's good. It's good to have follow through, man. It's good to have follow through. So I respect the hell out of that, Irad. You doing the same, honestly? Hell yeah. Bulbs are in a little halogen capsule. I'm just tapping the glass. Mere seconds, the wire just welds back together. Gotcha. Okay, a little bit of percussive maintenance. Starting to hurt because the wire's been getting shorter due to all the micro welds. No! A little bit of percussive maintenance only works for so long. That's the problem. Okay, so tree view item source. So we've got our first tree view item source. So then you're saying we don't need the second tree view. We're saying that all data templates need to be defined at the root level. Which I could believe. So if we put data templates up here at the root level, we'll give it a try. We'll see if it works. I want this to work because that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, we just have our processor titles. So it's partly working. But yeah, for whatever reason, I just don't have the collapsibles. I don't have the little symbol guy that tells me I can open and close these. That's the strange bit for me. All in data templates. I don't know if you need item template. Okay, I can try that. So we'll get rid of this. Oh wait, let's see. We want to do this here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that guy. Save that. Give it another try. See what the thing do. Bada bing, bada boom, bop. Can't tell me I don't care for the environment or my wallet for that sake. Well, I won't tell you anything like that. I don't know your personal life well enough to to make such assessments. Okay, so we just don't have the little foldouts. Why don't I have my foldouts? What am I missing? Is it because I'm using like an old version of stuff? Let me check the setup. I'm gonna check the setup for Avalonia because I wonder if, since I've updated versions, maybe there's a new required document or something like that. Something that has changed that I might need to make sure that I have. Getting started. Create your first project. What's in the project? Oh, it just comes with a bunch of default stuff. XAML markup that defines it. I'm trying to figure out why I would not have the drop down, because it shows it in the documentation for the tree view. It just shows it by default having this, and they haven't put any extra configurations. So maybe I do need to set the selected items in the selection mode. Maybe it does require this stuff for it to work. But I need to look with the I need to look at this again just to make sure, because it might be a very subtle difference. Yeah, because it's doing data templates all the way through. Nothing else. So yeah, data templates all the way through is fine. That weird Pog emote earlier inspired me to doodle, and I started drawing it, and now I just have this face. Oh yeah, if you do want to join the Discord, I didn't know we didn't have you in there, Medusa. I could have sworn we did. I do have it set up to be a subscribers only join, but if you are not in there and you do want to join, I can get you an invite link. Add a binding to the observable service collection configuration data template that points to settings. Observable service collection or configuration. Observable so you're saying add. It's
hey,
got
yeah, this is fake Septulix, and hopefully the ads can go quick. Oh wait, why the heck am I reading that? Sorry, wrong script. Imagine paper rustling noises. There it is. If you have enjoyed the stream thus far, thanks for hanging out. Please keep doing so. I swear there's no annoying mid-roll ads anymore.
Oh.
Now it's just all annoying mid-roll commentary from me. Yours truly, the true, real Sehatolix guy, for real, for real.
For real. It's real.
Metasadia Dustin says,
Seatoli clap.
Metasadia Dustin. Thank you.
6 months of loyalty.
Thank you for the 6th month of supporting my
Keep those
stream.
subs coming, or I might have to turn you into stone. Just kidding. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, as long as you have a Discord and you have your Twitch linked up, you should be able to get in there if you're not already in, and I can make sure that we get you joined in. Getting rather sleepy, Max. Take care of yourself, dude. Same procedure as yesterday. I'll be heading to bed now. See you tomorrow. We'll catch you then, Max. Have yourself a good night. Get some good sleep in. On your last tree data template, it needs an item source binding to the settings. Oh, did I miss that one? And also, NetStriker, thank you so much. I don't want to keep you on the clock. Just so you know, you are at any point in time. Because also, I don't want you to think that I want to rely on your assistance, although it is extremely appreciated right now. Like, thank you very much for helping me sort through this. I just don't want to put you on the clock while you're here, just so you know. And Max, take care of yourself. Have a good night, dude. So you're saying... Last tree data template, it needs an item source binding to settings. Tree data template, data type, item source. You're right. Configurations. Oh, I don't think it knows where we are for this guy. Local observable service configuration. Binding. So we need that instead of this guy, instead of the data type. No. No, because I think we have that as the tree views context. Thought it was named settings. Oh, right, for the sub object. You're right. There we go. Sorry, I'm getting confused by the things that I'm writing. Okay, let's see about that. I think you're dead on though. I think you're 100% correct. Yep, there we go. Okay. Now we've got it. Okay, there we go. Jeez, talk about a task. Talk about a task today. My God. Okay, so we have this, which is wonderful. I need to get the scroll view working now, which I'll just look at the documentation for. But first, I want to review just like really quickly to make sure that I'm at a full understanding of what's going on here and how this all functions. Let's go to the code view only. So ultimately, we're declaring all of our data types in advance. We're saying that we have these viewports for our config entries, and then we're saying we have this specific style of data template with another item source coming from the settings for anything that is in the observable service configuration. And then this collection, so this collection here becomes our root, and then this is all the information that gets displayed from that root collection. Is the Discord, if the Discord is private, I might not be able to search for it, although I'm just searching your name, and I guess most servers are named differently. Mine is named after my name, so the way it works to get into my server, I don't have it like publicly listed in that way. You have to go to, if you go to your connections, so mine's like a Twitch validated gateway server. So like you have to have the Twitch plugin for Discord, and you have to have your account linked to your Discord, and then in your integrations in the user settings, where does that shit go? User settings connections. If you go to your user settings connections, I think it is. I'm gonna disable streamer mode so I can look. Yeah, so user settings and then connections, and you should see a Twitch section, and inside of that Twitch section you should see my Discord server in there, and that's currently the way I've got it set up to join. So that way I don't have a public facing link that gets scraped from the internet occasionally by bots and have like graphic artists fakery joining my Discord. It makes it less effort for me for people to join, and then only the people that really want to join the Discord will go through the effort of doing that, and they're less likely to be like disruptive and shitty when they get in there. I've had some issues with like having literal kids want to join my Discord and like not listening to me, so I've basically just made it really difficult to join on purpose. See a bunch in there. Interestingly, yeah, never know. Maybe there's other servers in that list that you'll want to join too.
Nameless Coder says,
Yo, Nameless Coder.
Yay.
That's a
9
Twitch
months strong,
baby.
Nameless Coder.
That's a Twitch
Keep
baby
hiding
right
away.
there. Are you gonna give it a name, or do you want it to just be the nameless Twitch baby? And I hope you're doing well, Nameless Coder. Hello, right back at you. I'm glad you're alive, and thank you for your continued support. I don't know. Don't worry, there's no real pressure. I expect nothing. It's just like the meme. It's just the meme to say it's like the Twitch baby because it's been 9 months. And thank you for chickening in. Okay, so yeah, so this makes sense to me. So we're sourcing our collection. So really, for organization's sake, it should be like this. We should have our actual definition of how we want to display the entire collection of settings, and then we want to display each individual setting type underneath. And I think that works and makes sense for my brain. And for anybody who didn't see it, the result is a little thing with drop downs and config UI. And now I just have to make it send some API requests.
Nameless Coder, your days are numbered.
And I have to get the scroll view working. So that's probably what I'll do next, is get the scroll view. IDK could be the name. That works. Nameless Coder's baby is IDK. That seems perfect. I've arrived with chaos. You have indeed. And also something broke. What broke? Throw? Broke object thrower throw is breaking sometimes? Huh. That's interesting. I wonder what's causing that. I'll have to figure that out. At some point. You have arrived with chaos indeed. Thank you for chickening. Thank you.
What happened? For a moment I felt free, and had like 4 people rooting for me, and now I think I'm okay.
Some things happen,
but
son,
I'm
but it's
not
okay.
sure.
You're fine. Dang it,
The
dang it,
raffle
dang it.
has begun with a starting pool of
Can I
150.
click you, please? Thank you.
Join if you like. Entries cost 15 iteration coins. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, so now we have this cute little beginning of the drop-down UI. So the idea is going to be that all of these little processor setting fields are being drawn based off of subtypes. The subtypes are going to get passed over from core modules that have settings that they propose exist, and then the core will receive it when it's getting listings from everybody and say, oh, okay, well, you have these settings, so I'll draw them in my configurations panel, and I think that will work just fine. Hopefully it will work just fine. All right, so give me just a second. I'm going to get rid of some old water and also going to reboot this overlay first. We'll get this rebooted. Yeah, man, I'm so excited about the new bot. That's the main reason I'm working on it today, is I'm just so damn excited to move this forward and work on new features for the
only 1
stream
minute
and
until the
just
raffle
make things
ends.
better.
Current iteration coins in
Okay.
pool.
I will be back
195.
in just a minute. Thank you all so much for hanging out and for hopefully enjoying. Ooh. Whoa. My audio engine's broken. Okay, I'll reboot it when I get back. I'll be back in just a sec.
Just a friendly reminder that you need water to live. Feeble biological. My brother in Christ, drink water. Bro, seriously, come on, drink water. Blah blah blah, drink. Chatter Medusa Justin has won the raffle. Pulling in 195 iteration coins, there were 3 entrants, which resulted in a 33.33% chance to win. Blah blah blah, drink. Don't ignore me. Drink water now. Bro, seriously, come on, drink water. Blah blah blah, drink. Water. Drink, 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 drink. 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 Are you drinking yet? My brother in Christ, drink water. My brother in Christ, drink water. Don't ignore me. Drink water now. Sip water now.
I'm
Blah,
so
blah,
sorry.
blah, drink.
I'm so sorry. I already did. I don't know how long he's been telling you guys to drink water. I'm so sorry.
Water.
I already did. I'm so sorry.
I believe you.
Oh God. The
I don't
whole
believe
time?
you.
Oh God. Okay, let me reboot my overlay. For some reason the audio's doubling up. That's so weird. All the more reason for me to be excited about the new bot. Redeemed it right when you left. That is pure evil. That is actual chaotic energy right there. Okay, I didn't talk while it was booting up, so hopefully everything's fine now. Also, pop, 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 pop. Yep, that seems good. I gotta test the latency sometimes, sorry. Didn't realize this was bot dev, but I'm happy. I'm happy too. Feeble biological. Might be annoying until Seta gets back 2 minutes ago. Congrats on the win. Easy win. And yeah, I'm gonna upgrade the whole point transition system. It's just gonna let you buy it. I'm gonna have a nice simple like check price command. Sorry, I gotta clean my glasses. I gotta clean my glasses. So you'll be able to just check the price, verify that's what you want to pay in your own, and then just do that. Because right now it's really bad. I liked the request system, but it needed to be moved to like an external UI. It needed to be moved to like an extension or maybe like whispers. But I didn't want to use up all of the message limits on that. Okay, let's see. I need to squinch up my face. I gotta calibrate the eye sensors. There we go. Because it actually detects me blinking. I can wink. See that? I can wink now. I've been slowly. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that one. Sorry, that's an accident. It's my hands. Oh, sorry. I meant to do this. Because now I can do like a wink. On-screen interactions. Yeah, so I wanted to let's see, I thought about this and was still planned to digging on the on-screen apps for Twitch for stuff like this. Yeah, so like I want to that's what the extensions are. I want to figure out how that stuff works. Because the future of my stream is having my own interaction. Like Green Heat, great, love it. We'll use it for a while, but eventually I want my own extension with my own like reasons for having UI and stuff like that. Like I want to be able to serve like if you've ever seen Ice Bear Bear, which also if you haven't watched Ice Bear Bear, my god, let me make sure I get his name right. He's super chill. You should do yourself a favor and swing by, shout out Ice Bear Bear's stream. You should do that. They're extremely chill, as their profile description says. They claim they have no idea what they're doing, so you know they're humble, and they're working on a super cool like custom extension for having like an RPG character in their stream. So like with a UI for it and everything, so you can like actually go out and go on quests, and like you can interact with things in the stream itself. There's like little things you can do, you can gather. It's neat. It's very neat. It does a lot of things that I like wish I understood how they worked. I've seen them around and follow, but haven't got a stream yet. They sometimes do very long sessions, so that's probably your best chance at catching them if you've got an odd schedule. I know sometimes it's just impossible. Sadly, Twitch is like, you know, it's global. It's 24/7, baby. So you end up just missing people. Okay, I think I need to reset again. I shouldn't have taken off my glasses. My left eye is malfunctioning. You see this? There it is. Yeah, that's not natural. That's not natural at all. But yeah, one thing, oh my god, I need to change like my whole design pattern when it comes to stuff like this. I need to stop building applications that have to reset to fix basic issues. Like I should not have to reboot my overlay to tell the eye tracking system to just restart itself. I should have a thing for that. If it's doing it now, there's nothing I can do. But yeah, I need to build things that allow for more graceful handling of like configuration issues and stuff like that. Let me try looking around to see if that helps. It's very interesting how the OpenCFace plugin works. Okay, that seems to have maybe helped. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so we are displaying foldouts of the settings now. We've gotten that far, but we don't have the ability to determine if anything's changed. So before I get too far into it, I should make sure that we somehow catch that there's been a change and like do something about that. So let's see, that's the stream data editor. That's the wrong one. Service configuration. So now we could theoretically bring back these functions and hook it up to something else. I think for now I want to keep working from just like fake data. This is going well, and it verifies that these models work, and then I can just transport them from the other apps. So the other part will be easy. We've already got that wired up too. So basically we just need to be able to enable and disable a save button or something like that. So we'll have like a private bool edits made, or I guess dirty is the standard like nomenclature. Like there's been modifications pending, I'll call it pending modifications. Pending modifications. So then in configurations, can we do like configurations? Do we have access to any of the events? Collection changed. So occurs when an item is added, removed, moved. The entire list is refreshed. And what's up, Stinklewinks? Hello. Ooh, nomenclature. That's a big word. Well, I hope you're doing well. Sorry if that one was too much. Oh man, my eye is freaking out. It's actually freaking out. I wonder if it's the lighting. I wonder if it's like the lighting in the office. Hard to say. But I hope you're doing wonderful, Stinklewinks. Welcome in. Bum bum. So then we could check if this collection is modified. That could be one way we check at least. Hope you are as well. I am doing really good, actually. It's been a super chill day today. And it's been a bit of a struggle, but I've been helped in key moments. I've received a lot of assistance today from NetStriker, who was hanging out. And they helped me figure out how to get a list displaying. Like I can show you this really quickly. Knocking out some coding of your own? Well, hell yeah. I hope it's going really good. Hope you're making all the progress you want to make. So I'm basically building, I don't know if you know the full like story of my app, but I'll spare you the details just to say I have a distributed system. I've got multiple submodules. I needed a way to configure them, and I'm building a sort of relayed property that will be able to go from the sub application to the core. This is the UI of the core application, and I'm working on, and was very much helped in figuring out how to use the list view to display models that will be used for configuring the other subservices. So the idea is I could build my subservices with editor UI directly built into them and do per service configuration, but I want to have the core mediate everything, because that's apparently the pattern I'm following, is like a mediator pattern. Because this core application, so give me all the deets, sounds like a microservice. Yes, so it is a microservice type deal. So I'm doing some really weird homebrew stuff. But basically I have the core application that's acting as a mediator. It gets listings from other sub applications. So like, for example, in this project here, I have a bunch of different applications, like for text to speech, for sound emission, stuff like that. So everything is kind of divided up into like categories of interest, like text to speech, sound emission, artificial input, talking to an LLM, doing things with OBS, controlling my overlay. All of these are different projects. All of them have an API surface, so they can be individually accessed from their address. And they also hook into the core application to be used in an orchestrated pattern. And then everybody just tells the core when they boot up, hey, I exist. The core pings it for functions. And then, like, for example, if I go and I'll launch in a terminal to demonstrate the point, I'll open up a terminal for the text-to-speech interactions, and I'll launch that. And the moment that it launches, it sends an API request to the core saying, hey, I exist. And the core pings it back. They do a handshake, and then the core gets a bunch of information about the subservice that's running. So as soon as it connects, boom, we all of a sudden get save, posture check, distract, say, write, drink tea, because these are all functions that it takes apart in. So the goal will be that alongside these listings of functions that are then queried over when events come in and are delegated out to them based off of like query and processing steps. I want to be able to configure stuff so that it will also serve, like when it connects, it'll say, hey, I've got this set of configurations for me. So maybe processor A would be the text-to-speech integrations system instead, and it could have settings for like the standard text-to-speech speed or the volume and stuff like that. And then I would hit save over here, and it'll just API request the configuration back over it. So it's not as efficient as it could be. I could be doing things differently, like using memory sharing and all sorts of different techniques, but it's been fun making it work, and I can always make it more efficient if it needs it. But yeah, that's the deets basically. Running like a micro ECS type of thing, almost like a small engine or philosophy rather. Yeah, like I and what sucks for me is I fail to know much about design patterns and stuff like that. Like I only just learned yesterday from Yopo swinging through that this might be considered like a mediator pattern. I just kind of decided I wanted to make something, and this is what came together out of it. Sounds cool. I've been having a lot of fun with it. So I can demonstrate it too. So like, for example, if I also go and launch up the database subservice, and we keep looking at this, it'll show more functions appearing here. Let me open up the TwitchLib integrations. So I close the database. So if I do this one and the database, then I can actually show my points values, because then it can make a query, because the way it works is it does a query stage where it retrieves information. So the systems can list through, sorry, I'm enjoying, because I'm trying to solidify how I talk about this thing, so it's helpful for me too. So inside of the services, they have attribute marked methods called distributed functions. So they're either queries where they add information to the pool of properties that would be called upon when executing the distributed function itself, or they are the actual steps themselves, and all they do is perform logic on request. So like that one is a actual function. So it receives the distributed step information, pulls the needed parameters directly from its context, and then it performs an announcement in this case. So like, for example, if I do points, I think I've got everything booted up. Let me double check. I see points. Yes. So I should be able to do this. We'll see two responses, one from the old bot first, and then the second one should chime in a moment later. There it goes. And that response is coming from the coordination between the, let's see, I think I can go to logging and show it. Coordination between the database and the message sending part of it. So event came in with function named points. We have a response that's hosted by the point manager subservice, which is a part of the database. And we first do our queries, then we run our functions, and then we output the text through the final stage of it. So yeah, it's I know it's like probably, you know, we're a bunch of nerds here. Maybe you guys like this as much as I do. I'll assume we all like this as much as I do, and I think it's very fun, and it's cool to be at this point where I actually have a distributed system, and I'm just embellishing it and adding new features to it, and trying to catch up the old bot with the new. But let's see, in my zeal to close all of the terminals, I accidentally closed the bot. So let me boot him back up. I'm sure it'll be fine. Said it was cool. No. I mean, maybe to some people with particular interests in cube programmers. Okay, so switching back, focusing in, honing my attention. We've got the configuration mostly set up. So if we look at the, let's look at the service baseline really quickly. So from the service baseline, we're hosting our processor listing. And this guy has a configuration. So every single one of them gets a configuration passed along with their listings, and the subservices as well. So all those get hooked up in the core, which I do want to verify that actually is working so that when I do go to test this, I can trust it. So we want to look at the core function orchestrator.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So then in
cool.
here, in our list, wherever the hell it is, registered processors, there it is. So in this guy, yep, again, it's the processor listing. So we get our service configurations there. So we should be, whenever I set this up, first or default, we're removing, we're adding things. Okay, so it would be here. So in our rebuild function listings, and then I am, yes. So I got to the point where we're organizing the configurations, but we're not storing them anywhere. So I need to make sure these get passed over. And also let me close this. I need to make sure these guys get passed over appropriately. Yeah, cool. Is that Boolean? It is. He's pretty cool. Honestly, he's looking pretty cool there. I can't really argue with that. I can try, though.
Cool.
Nope.
Fine.
You know, Setobot's looking
Fine.
pretty cool, though. He's looking pretty cool, but not me. I'm just looking like a code chef.
Yeah,
I'm just here to
cool.
cook. Let me cook. Let me cook, chat. That's what they say, right? That's what those exuberant, loud YouTuber types say, right? I think. So all configurations, all of our setup here needs to be passed over to the view model. And I can't remember if we have a reference to it from here. Listing view model. Yeah, I think we're safe getting a reference to it because it's a singleton. So we can do private configuration view model. Should show it. Yep. Configuration view model. Add that to our constructor. And again, this is the fun for me. I'm not following the conventions. I'm probably doing something weird. It's okay. Okay, so we've got that, which means at the end of our processing everything, once we rebuild the function, we can pass it over config view model, update, and then maybe we can just actually set it directly. Configurations equals
Kilo 88, I don't store
all
or have access to
configuration.
nuclear launch codes, so you can stop imagining me as some secret superweapon. Keep your conspiracy theories in check, please.
That's what he wants you to think. Don't believe the lies. Okay, so configurations is observable collection of observable service configurations. So we need to be able to create those. Or no, we want to just add it. We want to add. I want to do an update. Update configurations. And let's just send this through. Let's do that. And then we'll allow the view model to be responsible for what it does. When did he get a hat? Oh, just now? Yeah. But yeah, he would never admit to storing launch codes and stuff like that. What the hey? What the hey? Why is Irish John shouting me out? Why is that legend shouting me out? Have you guys... Why am I winking? If you guys haven't already hung out with Irish John before, you should. But I feel like there's a very low chance of that. Like, John's a legend. Man, my voice is kicking this week. I've done too much laughing. Sorry, Mr. Boxman. Fell asleep, woke up at Taco Bell. I'm so sorry to hear that. Rest in peace, intestines. But I hope it was good. I hope it was as good as the prophecies foretold. Okay, so then what we're going to do is select everything down to an observable service configuration. Okay, cool. I have set it up that way. Awesome. So we can just pass it. We can pass all of them through.
Yeah, cool.
And then I think we're good. So we just do a select, I think. So we're doing configurations equals, or I guess we would do, yeah, no, we're doing equals. All configurations select new C. And then we're doing a new observable service configuration. Oops. There we go. Okay, and then that should update it from the core side. And that will allow me to actually test it too. Like I can just overwrite this with my test button as well. So I can, this will be
A
fine.
community member is heading out for the day. Farewell, nameless coder.
Yo, take care of
Be
yourself, nameless
safe
coder.
out there.
Sorry, I couldn't stay long. No worries at all. Thank you for stopping in at all. Thank you for supporting my stream. Thank you for swinging by and bringing some good energy over here. You have a great day as well. Take care of yourself, nameless coder. Can I vent? I fudged up at work. Well, as long as you don't compromise yourself. I would suppose so, Cement. Welcome in. I'm sorry to hear this. Tell me. Sit down. Grab a chair. What's up? I think there's a black hole in my house. Oh no. Well, best of luck. Best of luck, Joe. That's foreign territory for me. I'm not used to dealing with singularities, if I'm honest. Wait, what happened? Did some code rewrite stab out Botbot's eye? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, never mind. Yeah, everything's fine. Divided by 0? You fool! You fool! No one can save you now. You've made the ultimate blunder. You've committed the ultimate blunder. Well, I hope beyond that everything is good. What have you done? Okay, so then core function orchestrator will now pass everything over. So we actually can see it. So maybe it would be worth building a configuration into something and just testing it. At least to see if we can save it or we can make the modification. So I could do that. I could do that. I could do that. We could try that. A llama conversator, but it's not the conversator we need. It's the Setobot agent. Bot service. There we go. So drink tea query. So we could actually set this up. Oh, you know, we could set this up so it's in the database side. That could work. Put this in the database. Database stuff. But then again, do I really want a table for just that? I guess I could have a bunch of miscellaneous values. Just a random data assignments thing that's just 2 strings in a table. No compromising. I thought I was up on top of things, but apparently my estimates went awry. I didn't look at them and ask the client. Oh dear. Have you honestly communicated the situation to the people that are involved? And if so, how did that go? It's all kinds of issues. The fact that I enjoy working like whenever. And they were like, no, you can't work whenever. You need to work at times of everyone else. And that oof. Ah, damn. I mean, now for sure everything is okay. Well, I'm glad everything's okay. But yeah, stuff like that can really suck. Especially just dealing with the tension of communicating requirements and stuff like that. I could see that being an issue especially if you're used to, like, as an independent contractor or something to that effect, working on your own schedule. Funny enough, I dealt with something like that where I was told you work in your own schedule, and then it turned out it was, if I call you and tell you to drop everything and do work for me, then you're supposed to do work for me. Which was not what I thought set your own hours meant. It's not what I knew that to mean. So but I ran into that situation a long time ago. Company wants to force office hours. I see. That sucks. And no remote. Stuff like that, like, I can understand purely because so many people do blatantly abuse these systems, but it's easy to prove when you're not abusing it. Like, if you're effective at home, don't change that. Like, let somebody work from home if they're effective there. You have no reason to be forcing them to go into the office other than to prove they exist. You know, other than to prove, like, hey, you are the guy that we hired and you're doing the work, right? Like, we want to see you do it here every now and then. You're not just using Copilot the whole time, unless we're paying you to do that. Drink tea queries. Then what we can do could theoretically make this have just a configuration that's running in the runtime. So the service baseline, bot agent service. Shouldn't we have a configuration? I feel like we're supposed to have a configuration here. Service baseline. Oh no, not for the service baselines, I guess. I thought that's where I had it though. Man, I'm great at confusing myself. I'll tell you that. Service configuration view model. Let's look at the actual model itself again. Configuration view model, so it's in the shared stuff. Service configuration. I totally understand. I hate this, but I totally get them. I'll try and be what they want. I love this job, but I understand. It's a choice. Throw hands or try to make it work, and I'll always try to make it work. Yeah, I mean, it's the right choice to make, especially when you know both parties are acting in good faith. Like, it's worth putting in more effort. If you didn't love the job, of course, or if you had the vibe that this was an exploitative ordeal, it would make more sense to be in the throw hands category. But in general, I think there's always a peaceful solution available. But again, it's always under that context of, like, there's a peaceful solution available if everybody actually wants there to be one. And I feel so bad that I fudged up for them. Aw, well, I'm sorry, Zemen. Well, you can take that energy and let it drive you to make good progress on things, and I'm certain that you will convert that energy into positive outcomes. My God, there's some very cool people driving around in my area. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, cool.
Have plans and lists. I work through lists. Hell yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah, cool. All right, so we'll update our configuration. Service configurations are getting stored. Set about class library, class and helpers, database subservice. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. iSubservice. Yeah, it's here. I must have it on the bot service then somewhere, right? There's a configuration. Where are we? Service baseline, subservice. Okay, that's the difference. Yeah, because the bot service is the main one. And I haven't given the service baseline a configuration. Did I not do that? I guess not. That is required. It does need to have a configuration itself. Even if it's null, it's supposed to have it. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Do that on purpose. Yeah, cool. I didn't actually. The yeah, cool just happens to work out. Sometimes the recognition just works. As long as they have you. Well, hell yeah. I hope they do. I hope everything continues in a good direction, cool. Zemen. And I'm sorry that you went through that. I can understand being super stressed out. Even after things feel like they're initially resolved, it's hard to feel like stuff like that is over right away. So I get that. Okay, so service configurations, and then this guy does need to have one. We actually do need to set this up, but not for the baseline itself, I guess. Also helps to vent, so thanks for letting me. Well, no problem. I mean, it's always good to hear people like working through things successfully, right? It's one thing when it's like venting because you just want everyone to know how miserable you are right now, and nothing can change that, and you're miserable and you hate it, right? And it's another to be like, yeah, I went through this difficult trial of in my day today, and I'm working through it, and I just need someone to hear that I've been through this shit, you know? Like, it's a huge difference. So thank you for feeling comfortable enough to vent about that kind of thing here. That's the fun of streaming for me too, is I get to do that. You know, and if something ever happens that I can talk about, I've got full ability to talk about it here. It may not always land well, but I do have that as an option, though I try not to abuse it. Okay, so endpoint, get listing. So then a part of spinning up any service is going to be if we do need to have configurations attached. We'll have to build them. It's important to realize that there's always workarounds and avenues for how to go forward. Never stop. 100%. Yep. It's so easy to, I don't know. I don't want to go too much into it because I'm too inclined to make commentary, and I have such a limited life experience, but I've seen in many cases people have like what I refer to as a divorce mentality towards anything that doesn't work out right away or show promise. I think we even see this a lot in business. Yeah, fatalism. Yeah, the sense of like as soon as it's going bad, it's awful and jump ship. You can't live like that. But I think it's just like life experience has to teach you this. I think saying it means nothing for people who have found success in hopping from endeavor to endeavor without regard. Because there's merits to every strategy in life. That's why it exists. Otherwise, unless well, there's value to every strategy, but not necessarily socially, collectively beneficial value to a strategy. It might be only personally beneficial. I think that more fully encompasses the concept. But yeah, fatalism, absolutely. And it's important to fight that, especially in project stuff and in creative endeavors and in personal missions, like when you're trying to like break a cycle in your life or build a new cycle in your life or you know, all the things. It always matters. It all matters. It all matters. So we could just have the configuration exposed here, and we'll just set it up. So we'll just say configuration equals new, and we'll give it the name and all the stuff. So the processor name is name of. Oh, and you know what? It's going to be however the hell I actually set my processor names. I really don't want to mess that up. Let me double check, because I would hate to end up with the wrong thing. I think I can just use the listing, or I can not care about the processor name. I can not care about it, and I can assign it when I go to process everything in a batch, because then I can just say like, hey, your processor name is this, by the way, as I'm moving it along. I think I should figure out how I actually do it. It looks like it's just right here. Subservice titles. Literally right in front of me. Oh. There we go. Processor name, bot agent. And then the only thing we want to do is set a config string. Hey man, someone made a coin directing the fees to your GitHub. I don't think that's true. Pretty sure that's not true. That's the weirdo that came through yesterday and just asked if I had a GitHub. I'm pretty confident about that. I probably should have checked. No, they've never sent a message in here before in the first place. Yeah, you stay away from me. Fucking strange person. Just as a public service reminder, I will never open a crypto or anything like that. So if you ever see a message from anybody claiming to be me, or anything like that attached to any crypto, NFTs, blockchain, anything, you can safely ignore that and preferably report it to me so that I can be aware of it and let other people know. But in general, there's so many fucking scams out there, so please be careful and don't play with these people either, because you don't know what they're capable of, and it's best to not push them unless you're like a technical professional. But yeah, that was interesting. I was not expecting a message like that. But yeah, it must be some weird scam. They probably were waiting for me to ask what the coin was. That's probably what the lead up is. What is GitHub? Do I have GitHub? Is it something edible? It is very edible. LLMs love to eat GitHub. Coin fees to your GitHub? No clue what that means. It's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Even not about pushing, but engaging at all can be a hook enough. Yeah, you gotta just not. Just don't. The truth of the reality is, they're probably in some shitty situation just trying to make a hustle, you know? Can't fault a human too much for that, other than making the terrible decision to try and take from other people. You gotta at least offer people something of value. 99% of internet is fake, but sometimes Arnold Schwarzenegger sends you a selfie in the hospital. Be like, you're my number one fan. You're my number one fan. I need your help. I am very sick. Get to the chopper. I'm so sorry, Arnold. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. If you ever see that, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to all involved. Property name, and then we'll just go with, we'll set up maybe a thing for that. Function glossary, and we'll have configuration. Arnie loves people, you know. Yeah, he seems like a sweetheart. I don't know. I haven't like read into him as a person, so maybe there's like some dark history, as there exists with the potential of any human being on the entire earth who ends up famous. Like, oh, maybe they were a piece of shit. Who knows? But I want to say I've only seen good things about Arnold Schwarzenegger. There isn't actually. Hey, nice. Well, awesome. That's good. The more the merrier that can be in that club. The more the merrier. Okay, so function glossaries, static class, and then we're going to have configuration, and then public const string. So then we're going to have different configurations that all get kind of named in here so that I have a consistent location to look stuff up. Simple, but very affectionate. Hey, sounds like me. I can relate with that. So configuration, const string. So we're just going to do current T for the moment. And I can like separate these into regions. So we could say this is the, I don't know, like misc redeem, or let's see, we'll categorize it by a class, public static class. And we'll say this one is for the bot service. And then we'll have the current T, name of current T. So then we have a consistent name that we can look for between things. So we can say property name equals function glossary config bot service current T. And then we can set the value to be, I guess we could just say coffee to verify that it works in the first place. We'll set it to coffee, because that's just the perfect entry for the current T. So then that exists here in the configuration. And now when we build our listing, we should include configuration in there. And if we have any subservices, which in this case the bot service does not, but the process would also be service, or let's see, subservice configuration equals, and then it would be subservices select s configuration. and then to list null otherwise,
Hey Setolix, you should drink some water.
or something to that effect. Maybe just an empty collection. I will drink some
Don't
water.
ignore me. Drink
Do an empty
water
collection.
now. I don't believe
Subservice,
you.
select configuration. We'll assume it's not
Drink
nullable there. I
water.
think that's the problem. Yeah, there we go. I will drink some water. I already did, we'll say. Do you ever get the name of the
Stop
property you
talking
just
and
gave a
drink.
second ago and write it wrong? I always forget.
Actually,
every day.
I believe
every
you.
day. It's
I
actually
don't
someone
believe you.
relatively new in the community. Fantastic. They pointed out really early in their stay here that I am the cube guy that forgets variable names. That's me. That's I'm the guy that forgets variable names. That's what I was immediately assessed as. So no, yep, it just that's my title now. I'm okay with that. I've accepted my truth, you know? I think it's the only thing we can do. And I mean that to the core. That's a saying I mean to the very heart of it. So then that's the pattern. So then for every one of these that we call build listing in, we're going to need to add that configuration setup eventually. So then at the core, when we go to build these, all configurations, registered processors, and then we concatenate the registered subservice configurations. So we'll see if that plays nice. It might not. It might honestly not. And we can say if all configuration is null or all configuration dot count or not any. There we go. So if it's null or there are none in the collection, then we will return. And then otherwise, we will update our configurations. And I mean, maybe either way I'll end up updating them, like remove the existing configurations, because I don't want to cache stuff in session that isn't actually editable. None? Is none a thing? No, there's no none. Maybe there should be, though. I've noticed it's like, it's an avoidance of double negatives. There's an avoidance of double negatives, right? So you don't want to have not none. You want to have any. You don't want to say, is there not nothing in any context, or is, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Always have positive. Yeah. I've noticed this kind of like affirmative logic description it does. It literally does help think through things. It's something I'm slowly realizing, like the deeper nature of like how I formulate my thoughts into code. It's fun to think about. It may not be the most useful thing to think about, but it's occasionally enlightening. I mean, that happens to me all the time. I make a property variable name, then a second after I use it in the code, it's wrong because I forgot. Yep, I try to just like, if I remember to in the moment, I'll just copy the property as soon as I write it. Just copy it, and then I can at least slap it into place afterwards, or I'll use Control minus, which takes you back to where the previous location in your code was, and I'll just go back to where I was and pull the variable name again. I could do weird big architecture in code easy, but I forget which is left
big
and right. It's so
surprise,
funny how that
you
works.
forgot.
I think it speaks to the prioritizations that are going on in the brain, just to do everything and to keep it all in mental context in the first place. You gotta do some optimizing, right? You gotta drop some information as quick as possible. So allow command. So we build our listing. I think isn't it supposed to have configuration here? Distributed function listing? No, because that's just the distributed function listing. We're fine with that. I do need to eventually wire up descriptions though. I guess I probably could now.
Hey there, chat room. Hi, chat. It's me, Fake Senator Tetalix. I'm the cube guy. Hi, chat. I think like.
Oh no, I
this way
can't.
can
Oh
say
wait.
this is. There's no ads anymore around here.
That's
blah,
right.
Blah. Refresh
No
the
ads.
stream if you're addicted to advertisements. I'm the real say Tolix, and you totally know it. Blah blah blah. Not done talking yet. Oh wait, I gotta go.
He's not the real Sedalix. Don't believe him. Don't believe the lies. Okay, let's see if that relays any information over here. I've been yapping a decent bit while working on this at the very least. So we can see if it does receive from the bot service. So specifically from bot agent, it should receive a configuration of a string for the current T. That's what I'm hopeful for. And we'll see how that goes. Satolix? What? Don't know who that is. There's Satolix, there's Sehehehetolix. There's so many guys that this fake Seto keeps mentioning that I don't know what or who to believe anymore. If it weren't by my own design, it'd be extremely distressing. Okay, so I'll boot up the core of it. I'm booting it through the console this time. I thought it was Satolix. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one I prefer, at least. But you know, people are creative. People are very creative. Okay, so just to test this again, you know, we can see all of our configurations. We can open things up, see the different field types. All of that is working. So now I'm gonna try booting up specifically the bot agent, the Setobot agent. We're gonna boot that up. So then over here, we should get a couple of listings. Yep, we get drink tea. And then in configuration, we get nothing. So we don't have the new collection. So it must not have pushed it over. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll close the core, close the agent. So when you boot up, you build your listing. And then when the core orchestrator gets the listing itself, are we retaining the... Because that's the function listings. Distributed functions. I want to make sure that we're not throwing away the configurations. Register processor add listing. Okay, so then we can just say logging viewer, log information, service titled, listing title has configuration number configurations. Boom, ba-da-dum, dum. And then we'll say if the listing configuration is not null, and or let's see, we can just do question mark dot config ints. Oh, that sucks. Oh, let's make the assumption that if I'm constructing one of these, it has entries. So we can just say if the configuration is not null, then it has this many configurations. And then we can also do the sub configurations. Thanks for letting me help with the XAML stuff, by the way. Oh, no, thank you, NetStriker. You helped at the perfect, appropriate level of, like, it was very obvious you weren't trying to just solve the problem for me, and you were waiting to see until I got stumped and then offering guidance. So I very, very, very much appreciate your approach today. I know it can be frustrating when you just want to figure it out by yourself. I think you helped the perfect amount. So thank you very, very much. You did XAML? Oof, yeah. It was fun, though. It was fun learning things. It's good times. Look at this. We got this clean little guy here, and it creates the series of drop downs that show all the config information in it. So it's not so bad. I actually like Avalonia XAML so far. It's been fun to work with. I feel like it's a little bit prettier than Blazor. Yeah, I'm using Avalonia in this case. I never messed with WPF though. So service title listing title. So we'll do this, interpolate that string, and then config number has configurations. So we'll just say has configurations. We'll just say it has some. And then hands are like getting stuck. I love the idea that everything is code. Me too. Me too. I like code first approaches for stuff like this, and I like that I can do everything within the Avalonia XAML side and the C# side, and I don't really have to touch anything else. At least so far. I'm sure there is compatibility with other stuff. Did some launcher things with WPF XAML? Like building like an updater and stuff like that. The bindings are weird. Yeah, the bindings are, it's been interesting learning like the MVVM approach for stuff. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, Cement. Hell yeah. I think that's like the best way to do that in the end is through just like a little standalone native application that's super lightweight, so you don't end up like bogging people down with some bloated updater. Automatic updating game launcher. Nice, nice. I'm gonna try squinching up my face a little bit, see if my eye detection will work a little bit better if I do that. Hey, that did help. That's working good. There we go. Nice. Victory. All I had to do was grimace as if I was in severe pain. Count greater than 0. So then we'll say subservice configurations count is greater than 0. Logging viewer log information. Services, service titled, listing title has sub configurations, has listing subservice configurations count sub configurations. Okay, and then I'll be able to see that information in the core. So we'll boot it again. Man, time has flown by today. Holy. Loved how easy it was to describe what you want, and it was in code, saved in version control. That is super cool. It's nice when things actually have like what feels like the most intuitive, straightforward workflow. Yeah, all that XAML produced this little section here that can take in different types of configurations and draw the appropriate UI for them. So now I've got that. I'm going to try launching the Setobot agent again. And it connects. But it doesn't update the configurations. So did we really not get anything? Or let's look at the logging. Process to chunk. Refreshing entry for bot agent. Total of 1 function listings will be generated. Total number of registered processors. Yeah, no configuration is getting passed over. All right, so it's in the transmission in between, I think. Almost forgot food. Oh, you gotta eat, Zemen. Yo, get yourself something to eat. You must do this. You must sustain the mortal coil. The lists will only complete if you survive and eat. Thank God it's still coming. Oh, you get the. Oh man, that would suck so bad. Food's just sitting outside cold. Man, this is something I gotta say I love about Avalonia stuff. Is that I can actually view the UI directly in here, and I don't have to run the application. I can actually just look at the styling of it, and it looks one-to-one with the runtime, which is just so neat for me. That it's actually like it is one-to-one with the runtime. It's cool. I appreciate these little things. I'm sure this isn't even much of a luxury, but it's nice as far as I'm concerned. Bot UI works now. No idea what you're talking about. There's no bot. But the Avalonia UI stuff is coming along. Okay, so bot service has its configuration. We're setting it to this. Is configuration getting set in time? Build listing. Oh, we're going down to the subservice baseline, right? So it would be Right up there. Yeah, right at the beginning of the construction, before we even have our HTTP factory. So we know this is legit. The bot agent service should have it on this side. So when we're sending it over, is the configuration not serializable? Is that what's happening? Like we're not successfully serializing this? I'm able to pass over the entire listing. Let's look at the processor listings. So I have lists of other things. Do we have them marked in any way? Nope, they're not marked in any way. They just get set null. Service configuration get set. We're setting it to collections by default. Maybe those should be null. Maybe those should be null. Don't think it matters, but just in case it does. Public lists. So maybe it's because they're lists. Everything's public and propertied out all the way through. So I'm going to make the assumption that I'm dropping it somewhere. Distributed function chunk, distributed function listings, processor listings. Yeah, so let's go back. So we'll look at the bot service. I think we're just using the baseline service announcing itself. Register subservice, attribute scan, core layer handshake. Yes, this is the one. Create our client. We ping the core that we exist, and then there should be a try get listing. Yeah, because this is where we're pinging the core that we exist. My query, try revert step. Where have I put that? The heartbeat with the core layer handshake again. Client get async heartbeat. Where the hell did I put it, man? I've been working on too many other things deeper in the system now. I'm starting to lose context of the baseline. Build listing, attribute scan. Let's look at it from the core side. Processor started. Get async endpoint. Processor listing. Client get async. Our endpoint, right? Because we just return our endpoint directly to it. So there should be a service baseline API. Yeah, there it is. Subservice baseline API. That's the one. This should be actually called service baseline API, but I'll change it eventually. Because for now, I don't want to make things explode. So then try run step, try query, try revert. Yeah, everything's here. Everything's here. So then get listing right there, subservice listing. So we just pass our listing directly through it. So then if that's the case, when we build listing, we've got our configuration here. Let's do like logging, logger, log information, should have built listing. Also, just so you know, you have a configuration object. And we'll say if configuration is not null, just so we know that we're passing it through in the build listing stage. But assuming that works out and we're communicating with the baseline API and we're returning our processor listing, which does have subservice configurations in it, we can safely assume that the core function orchestrator is the responsible party in this not working. I think, maybe. We'll see. So processor started, and then we do our finalizing of the listing. So registered processors first or default. If existing is not null, then we remove the existing one, replace it with the new one. So we should be getting something that has configurations attached to it, because we're not tampering with the model at all here. Let's breakpoint this. Let's go over to, yeah, we're on the right thing already. Setbot class library, core function orchestrator. Yeah, let's try breakpointing on that. And then I'm gonna go ahead and launch the Settlebot agent again. We breakpoint out processor name equals non-editable processor name. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Non-editable is null. What's our call stack for this guy? Update configurations. Configurations equals. Oh wow, it's getting all the way through to here. Non-editable C. And then it's that configuration is null. So we're passing null through. Show the call stack. Anonymous method. Yeah, so it's coming directly from update configurations. Yep. Okay. Update configurations only gets called here. All configuration is null. Or all not any, which means we do have a configuration, right? That's what this has to mean, is we've gotten something successfully. So what's our null ref again? Let's go back. No, let's go back. Can we go back further? I didn't mean to continue there. Let's just stop it and go again. Shut down that service and boot it back up. But yeah, this is the other reason why I'm glad to be working on this system distributed but local, because it would be so much worse if I had to do this remote and like push updates to remote location and wait, play the waiting game a million times. I know TBD out there is suffering the good fight and having to endure that, but he's probably more of an effective developer than myself, so probably makes less overall miniature changes. Processor name, non-editable processor name. Okay, so we are passing null. So we're passing null to here in the form of the name itself. No, the actual non-editable object. So we're getting null, but we're passing a null check. All configuration. Oh, because it may... Oh, okay. I think I know what's wrong. I think it's selecting null objects. So we'll do registered processors where processor configuration count, or let's see, any, or p dot configuration, service configuration. So we'll do if there is a configuration on the object in the first place, or there are any subservice configurations, then we will concatenate those two together. And then we'll do, I could just do where is not null. Let's just do where is not null afterwards. That's less overall checking on the list, I think. Because I think it's still an IEnumerable down here, so we're fine. So we'll say configuration, or all configuration. Oh, we can do this at the end. Where is not null. Where the configuration is not null. Okay. Let's see if that works. Yo, Connie, thank you for the raid. What's going on? Why is my bot not working? Why is my bot not doing his job? Connie, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Why is my bot not doing his job? This is the question I wonder. Why he no work? Well, welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you had a wonderful stream. I said the same thing today multiple times. Well, hey, at least you're not alone. We're not alone in the struggle to get our bots to work. Let me boot him back up, and we'll recognize your raid most officially. Welcome in. I hope you had a wonderful stream. How is the game dev going, Connie? Or were you working on Twitcher today? And of course, if you have a moment, feel free to share what you were up to. But if you don't, please do take care of yourself. Bot misbehaving, must be off botting. No, incorrect. Recognize raid Connie Dev 22. Should be able to do that. That should work. And then we can do shout out Connie Dev. Get that going too. Thank you so much, Connie. And thank you to everybody hanging out with Connie Dev today. If you didn't already follow Connie, you should, because don't you want to see their projects? Don't you want to see their projects develop over time? Do you not enjoy the space they offer you? You should hang out again. You should hang out there again. Just managing time. Got food. Lurk. Enjoy your food, Zement. Take care and enjoy your food. And for everybody coming in, I'm working on a new version of my bot in a completely different UI framework than I'm used to using, and in a completely different system orchestration that I'm used to doing. So it's been a lot of fun learning everything and making it work. We're going to fix a bit on Twitcher and then changed how my share asset plugin works. Ooh, nice. Well, I hope that all went as intended.
Hey Utterly Ruined, tell those raiders this stream is where code meets chaos, with Setolix at the helm, and me keeping things sharp. Following means front row seats to dev magic and sarcastic commentary. Why settle for boring when you can have epic?
Whoa. That's some hype right there. He's hyping the stream up. He's doing a good job. Let's see. So I'm gonna go ahead and boot up a sub module. So I'm working on a distributed system. In the end, yes, I share it now with zip instead of DLC like files, aka PCK.
Utterly Ruined
With zip,
says,
it worked. Huh.
Setolix, but you forgot to mention botbit.
So it had to do with like the
Utterly Ruined,
compression
I didn't
of
forget Botbot. Some
using
bots just
zip
don't
instead
make
of
the
other
cut in my
things.
world. Maybe Botbot needs to step up its game to earn a mention here.
I don't know what
Keep your
Botbot is.
expectations realistic.
What are you up to today? So I'm working on a distributed system where I have multiple submodules that all work together and are responsible for different things. So like there's one for the LLM running locally and doing speech recognition stuff, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm trying to make sure that I have a centralized way to configure these things. So I'm building
Bang, your favorite part sounds
a
like
configuration viewer.
Keep it up and I might just make the timeout permanent, play nice or pay the price.
Favorite part about the stream is when Setobot times me out for over 500 seconds. It's a good time. It's a good time. But yeah, I'm working on just adding some configuration UI and trying to get things working. Oh, let's see. Did we get a null ref this time? No, it looks like it might have worked. Let's take the breakpoint off and let it roll, and we'll see if it works. No, we're still not getting the configurations displayed. Dang it, man. Do we get information about it? Sort of registered processors 1. Yeah, it's not saying it has any configurations. That seems wrong. That seems incorrecto. Well, I'll give it another try in a moment here. Let me make sure I catch up with you, Connie. PCK files are for DLC and runtime loading of things, but that didn't work with image files, so I had no clue why, so I changed it to zip. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad that zip is working at least, and I'm glad you were able to catch that was the problem and get it fixed up. Not be stuck on that for a million years. But I've mostly, so thankfully with some help along the way, as it often goes, I've been able to put together at the very least something that I can show. The UI for how dynamic editing of things is going to work. So I don't know if you're familiar with like Avalonia or Avalonia XAML stuff, Connie. I get the feeling there's a good chance you might know what it is. But I'm like learning my way into it. So there's a little like set of configurations. Never heard of it. Ooh, well, it's basically if you've heard of like XAML, it's just using XAML format to describe UI and stuff. So like this here, if I could minimize this guy. So this here describes this segment of the UI, the button and the processor sublistings, and it's taking in dynamic object types, and based off of which type they are, resolving it off of the listed potentials that I've got here. So I'm building configurations, and I have string entries, Boolean entries, and integer entries. And then I'm just displaying them in these. What was wrong with Blazor? I didn't want to use Maui to build native UI. Like I was having a hard time getting my IDE set up properly to like not have all sorts of weird build issues while I was trying to work on stuff for Maui. And I wanted to just try something new, and I'd heard good things about Avalonia. And since it's native first, like I'm not using a web browser or anything like that. This is actually a native desktop application. So less like middleware basically was one of my other incentives beyond the efficiency of running it on native UI, and just wanting to learn something new. So it all kind of like combined well. But I would say there's nothing like wrong with Blazor. It's just I wanted to try and build something in a native UI, and I didn't have an immediately good experience with Maui. That's a skill issue, almost certainly. Why not use Unity as front end? Oh, we both know why. We both know why, Connie. It's Unity ain't no Godot. We both know Unity's throwing its weight around when it's running on the computer. It's not as lightweight as it once was. Printf debugging UI in your UI is a flex. Printf, that's just like printing a normal string, right? In like C++ or whatever. We can share now assets with Temptic pretty easy. It makes it easy to integrate our overlays together. Yeah, that's awesome. That's so cool. So y'all can more directly share assets. That's sick. I like that emote too, Nord. That's good.
Yeah. Cool.
C# UI without MS fuckiness. Yeah. I think that's another way to word it. But yeah, I've been appreciating it so far. There's one more step on the road to Godot. I mean, honestly, there's so many other engines too. Sandbox seems pretty interesting. I think that uses C#, I think, and it's like based off the source engine, and they're getting like increasing permissions from Valve to use like lower level assets of the source engine, and that would be cool. Making games in the source engine would be pretty neat. Unity version control app is made in Avalonia, I believe. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
Plastic
cool.
SCM. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. I think that is what it's called. I didn't know it was made in Avalonia though. That's sick. Very, very cool. So processor started, deserialize processor listing. Finalize processor listing, rebuild our functions, add listing. So maybe it's not deserializing correctly. Existing is not null, we remove it. Service titled has configurations, and I don't think I ever ended up seeing that either. Stop trying to be original, join the indie hive mind. One of us, but I like my identity. Today we'll hop off early. I'm tired and a bit of moody. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Connie. Well, I hope that the tension leaves your mind. I hope that you can find some ways to spark a little bit of joy. Remember that it's an opportunity to solve the problems that you're working on, not a chore. It's a gift to be able to work on these things, even if they're really difficult. So I hope you have yourself a wonderful evening.
Sorry.
Boost yourself up, and I'm sure you will crush the tasks that you have ahead of you. Wish you much more luck in getting things to work. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Connie. Have fun, everybody. You take care, Connie. Have yourself a wonderful one. And thank you again for raiding in today. Service titled, this has configuration. So like we should be able to see whether or not we get any configurations coming through. I don't think the breakpointing was good to remove. I think I could have kept breakpointing there. So let's go back. So it's during this constructor. So we should just be able to call right before here. We'll call here.
One of US.
One of US.
One of US.
One of US.
One of US. One of US. One of US. One of US.
Is that it? I think that's it. Okay. Let's see. So let's boot the agent back up. .NET run the agent. And then we should hit a breakpoint. No breakpoint. No breakpoint. Yes breakpoint. Yes breakpoint. All configuration is null. View it. Can I put this somewhere where you guys can see it? Can I put this up here? Can you see that? Yeah. All configuration. It doesn't show anything though. Evaluate expression. Does it show me anything in there? No, it looks like no. Just trying to see if we can get you more information here that I'm seeing. Registered processors add. So then we have a processor. Can I view that? Visualizer failed to load. I can't even show you. I just want to show you. It's being so mean. It's not letting me show you. Listing. Service configurations, null. It's null. Okay, so somehow we're dropping the configuration. Bot agent is there. So it is coming from that service. Processor started. Yeah, so somehow we're not constructing the... We're either not constructing the configuration correctly or we're somehow dropping it once we've received it. Listing. I would love to see like the result body itself. Let's breakpoint here. I want to see the actual message we get back. I want to see if the JSON even contains my configuration or if we're dropping it before we ever get there. HTTP factory. Okay, so then we have to, do we step over? F10, F10, F10. Is it failing? Reason okay. All right, so result, reason okay. We did a get for the get listing. Where is my content? Where's my content? Consumed, yes. Allow duplex headers. Where is the content? Stream. Oh, I can't even view it, can I? Because it's just a data stream, huh? Trailing headers. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any request message. Content null. Yeah, so I probably just cannot view it from here. F10, and then we're reading as a string async. And then it's finished with that. And then the listing we have, yeah, it has null configuration. Okay, so we're ironing it out. We know for a fact that the configuration is not transporting over. So instead of building the configuration there, I'm going to build it as a part of build listing right here, just to make 100% sure that it's constructed at the right times, that we're about to pass it over, we construct the listing. Because what might be happening is if I'm calling build listing anywhere else, I've got 2 calls to it, but it's probably one of them is from the interface. But either way, we'll throw that in there. And I'll just give it another try. So we'll shut down the bot agent. Cool, it already failed on its own. And then we'll boot back up Avalonia Setterbot. So now we know we can breakpoint here. I guess we could breakpoint after it. Breakpoint there. And then we'll be able to see right away and not waste extra time like waiting for things to process. Do.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, so deserialize, then hit F10 a couple of times until it has a value. Listing, service configuration. There we go. Okay, it passed the configuration through. All right, let's hit continue. We're getting our configuration through now. Does it show? Continue. Continue here. We can trust. Continue. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Is it because these are... It's because these are null. Okay, so we will then just have to fix this side. So how do I want to do that? I guess we could just construct it as a list. Var listed equals new list object. And then we can just pass these through it. Listed, add range, non-editable, config strings. And then we'll only do that if non-editable config strings count is greater than 0. And then we can just copy paste that. Config bools. Oops. And config integers. And then we set settings to the collection of that. Settings listed. Okay, cool. I think that will work. And thank you for chickening in, Sabin. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. for your chicken. Okay, I think this is the time
Yeah,
where it's going to work,
cool.
so I'm just going to launch it with the run button and not worry about debugging it. I think this is the time we have success. Bok bok indeed. I hope you're very, very well, Sabin. Thank you for all the times that you hang out here. Okay, booting up the subservice. Hey, there we go. There we go. It shows coffee. Okay, awesome. So then the last stage of this, which I guess I'll have to do in my personal time because I'm gonna have to fly here in just a few minutes. But I'll be able to just set this up so when we change this, so if I set it to T, we hit enter or whatever, it will show like a confirm button, and then when we hit confirm, it will ship this package back over to the subservice and update it, and then the drink tea redeem will work, and I'll be able to save the configuration over on that side, so the next time that everything loads, it will have the updated default version. So that's awesome. I think we got there. It took a hot minute, but we got there. So pretty soon I'll be able to replace it with all these other fields and have like actual remote configuration of my modules. And then theoretically I can set this up to
Utterly ruined says.
work from other places too. Like build something that just does the configuration.
Having an IC debt the size of a small nation's GDP is a flex you will never truly understand.
True.
Utterly ruined. The gigantic flex was legendary in its own absurd way, like bragging about owning a black hole of IOUs.
Mm-hmm.
Some debts are just too massive to be impressive, but hey, at least it's a story worth telling.
It's a story
Keep
worth
those
telling
tales
indeed.
coming.
As
I live
was
for
this
chaotic
stream
financial
story.
nostalgia.
So thank you for joining me today for this little stream here. And sorry to only catch you at the end, Sabin, but I'm glad that you're doing good, and I hope that you enjoy your Friday. And thank you all for being here in the first place. If you stick around, we'll go and raid somebody. If you enjoy my stream, swing by again. I insist. Swing by again. If you like it enough, maybe even financially support it. I could use the help. But between now and the next time, we'll catch you later. And if you stick around, we'll find somebody to raid, which I will do
Now I
right
will wrap
now
up the
as
stream by
Setobot.
thanking everyone.
Thanks everybody for their
First and
contributions
foremost,
today.
A special thank you to any lurkers who are here now, or whom have passed through. You are the statistical majority in all audiences, as much as 80% of the audience in some streams. Thank you for being here, and know you are loved regardless of whether or not you chat. In March, we were graced by some extra support on Patreon from Kilted Ninja, Mars06, Mraupur, Normang, TBD Gamer, Seubix, Parvajo TSM, Bloody Valve, Maxis Field, George Smiley Face, MKJ, Jonathan Carrot, Covoid, and Azaga.
The legendary
You all really are
patrons.
wonderful
Thank you,
and
thank
kind.
you. Some of us
A
have to be in
special
meetings
thank you
and
to
things
the
during the
lovely
week.
streamer who decided to
Absolutely,
raid our channel.
absolutely. Well, good on
And
you for
thank
taking care of real life,
Kami,
Sabin.
for raiding with 22 intriguing people. We're grateful you for entrusted us with your
We're
community
grateful
today.
you for. We're grateful you
There's
for
a couple
entrusted us.
subscribers we gotta thank real quick.
Thank you,
Medusa
Kali.
Justin with 6 months, and Nameless Coda with 9 months. Thank you very much for choosing to support this stream with your subscriptions.
Thank you all for the subs as well.
Time
Thank you,
to
thank you,
our
thank
lovely
you.
chatters,
Well, let's see, I need to get
RGB
Medusa T.
Productions
Dustin in
Games,
here.
Parvajo TSM, Fantastic,
approved.
Normang, Expanded Cuba, Lenny, Cocaine 01,
There we go, Medusa.
Netstrider,
Medusa, I got you in the
Catastrophic, Cybernetic
Discord.
Hatchling, Utterly Ruined, Lullange 98, Paul LMB, Seumix, Kilo 88, Medusa Justin, Dr. Flushfinger, David Moccasin, Mr. X65332, Maxis Field, TBD Gamer, JF Gerard, Irad Dev, Nameless Coda, Stinkerwinks, Zment, Chief Multihat,
Stinkerwinks.
Kami, and Sabin. Thank you so very much for chatting with us now, being kind, and for being you.
Thank you.
Alright, folks, thanks for showing up and tolerating the chaos today. Your presence keeps this digital circus running, so cheers to each of you. Don't get too comfortable though, I'm watching. Finally, to inspire you all, I will recall a quote pulled from the glorious wonderland known as the Internet. Life opens up in endless ways when you realize this. Everything you see, every rule and system, was created by people no wiser than yourself. That means you hold the power to reshape it, to leave your mark. Embrace that truth, and nothing will ever feel out of reach again.
That's legit. I like that. That's good thinking. That's good thinking right there. Thanks for those.
Someone
Thanks for those
stream
ideas.
is cool.
Yo, thank you for following my stream.
Warning.
Oh, we got
Josh just gained raid incoming.
a snipe raid.
Repeat,
We
Josh
got a
just
last
gains
moment
raid
raid here.
incoming.
Yo, what's up, Josh Just Games? How was your stream? Hope you had a wonderful time. Didn't notice you were ending. No worries. I hope you had a great time. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you even thinking of coming by here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And welcome in Sutherland, UK as well. How'd y'all have,
Thanks
how
for
were
hitting that
times? How were times? I was just working on my bot today, so things went pretty good. Stream was good. Been playing Dispatch. Ooh, let's see. Dispatch. I want to say I recognize the name. Oh yeah. I've seen that game. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Seems all right. I know it's been rated incredibly well. Like most people that I've seen out there enjoy it. So I assume you've been having a good time and enjoying the humor and all of that. Whoa, stop the ending. We go for 10 more hours. Yeah, it's it's the rules, I guess. It's too good. It's so good if you like story games. Yeah, I actually ended up watching a playthrough of it because I sometimes as you probably know from tinkering around more and more with dev, it's a time-consuming thing, and it reaches a point where it's like I have to choose, like, do I even play this game or do I just watch someone play it because I know I never will myself, but I'm interested in it, So Dispatch fell into that category for me. So I watched a playthrough of it. It's not bad. They did good with the writing and stuff. They made me care about the characters, and that, that's not the easiest thing to do. So yeah, I hope you were having a wonderful time with it. Thank you so much for the raid. For those of you coming in, if you haven't already checked out Josh Just Games and you want to watch Josh Just Gaming or maybe other activities, who knows? Maybe swing by Josh's stream. Got to run and cook, but I'll pop in next time I see you live. I do. Well, hey, no pressure, no expectations from me. Thank you for even swinging by now, and take care of yourself out there. Be well, Josh. And let's see. Let's go and raid somebody as well. Let's go and say hi to another developer. Let's where did we go yesterday? We went to Connie. And where did we go the day before that? Did we go to, I think we went to Hypnotic. Let me double check. I want to make sure we raid around. It's important. It's important for me to say hello to people through raids, because otherwise I won't do it because I'm too socially averse. So if I don't say hi in a raid, I might not say hi at all. Let's see. TBD. Okay, so we raided TBD and Connie. Awesome. All right, we'll say hi to, I think we'll go with Big Boy today. Go and say hi to Big Boy. Raid Big Boy Games Official. We'll go and say hi to Big Boy Games Official. If you are not already acquainted with Big Boy, he works on a variety of Godot games. So he has his primary project, which is slowly making its way through early access. So I should say steadily, not slowly, steadily making its way through early access. And it's sort of like a factory simulator mixed with like a forager style gameplay loop. Like it's really interesting. I like what he's got set up. And then he's also got a sort of like dungeon crawler survival style game that he's working on. That's a horror themed project. And then he's got a sort of like aquarium manager simulator game that he's working on, and that's what he's working on today. So if you're wanting to watch somebody who has a bunch of different projects like myself but manages to keep himself focused on the game dev, then you might enjoy some time with Big Boy. But either way, thank you very much as always for being here. Thank you for having me on. Thanks for allowing me to rattle your eardrums for a little while. Thanks for tippy typing on the keyboard and for the support here and there when you all can manage it. It means the world to me just to have you here. So take care of yourselves, be safe, and between now and the next time I see you, I wish you well out there. I'll catch you around.
Alrighty, that's a wrap. To those of you left, thanks for being here, and goodbye.